All right, I think we're live, right? Everything's good? Maybe? Yes? Perfect. There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Sim Update 2. It has just released for the public. This is 1.4.20.0. My goodness. After weeks of nothing, we got this going on. So, without further ado, let's dive on in to the release notes. So if you're playing on PC, blah, 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 blah. If you suffer from stability issues or long loading times, move your community packages to another folder before relaunching the title. Windows, PC, and Steam. NVIDIA has released their latest GeForce Game Ready driver 576.40. Don't know why I said that weird. And we recommend all NVIDIA GPU owners update to the latest driver version. More recent NVIDIA driver versions resolve certain crashes with Flight Sim 24 and improve performance and stability. Known issue. An issue has been identified where selecting 3 times or 4 times for DLSS frame generation may lead to application instability. A fix is underway and will be available soon. As a workaround, NVIDIA app users can use the DLSS override to enable DLSS multi-frame generation. Alright. So we got general updates, aircraft core system, aircraft gameplay, career mode, general bug fixes, missions, and certification. Oh, does that mean heavy cargo? Holy crap, man. I'm so excited. New content and features. Dumps console logs when reporting an issue, renamed gyro drift to gyro drift compensation to be more in line with other assistants. Readed turbulence assistance. Added a wake turbulence visualization option. Added a wake turbulence assistance. It is now possible to filter seaplane base airports using the world map filters. A new validation process has been developed to give more information and control to aircraft developers over the career compatibility. A new field has been added to the Flight Sim section, targeted specializations supported by the Sim Object Editor, to list the expected specialization with which the given aircraft should be compatible. So great, maybe we'll get some more third-party support going on there. Let's see here. A new validation... During the ingestion process, the field will be compared to the result of the career compatibility process to confirm its result. A new field has been added to the Flight Sim section to the list, the expected specialization with which the given aircraft should be compatible during the ingestion process. The field will be compared to the result of the career... I don't know what I'm reading, but anyways, third-party developers, maybe that's better for you and we can get more third-party support in career mode? That would be nice. Alright, here we go. Stability and performance. Added option to reduce rolling cache size at the cost of clearing current cache. Improved loading times for packages with lots of individual files. Fixed an issue where rapidly switching between tabs in the settings menu could lead to unexpected behavior and performance issues. Reduced request count when loading models by pre-computing model statistics on package ingestion. Fixed a rare crash when internet connection was lost. Fixed a crash when suspending the sim on Xbox. Improved the time it takes to open the in-game panels. Fixed a crash when changing DLSS quality during VR. Reduced performance hit when avatars near objects with complex collisions. Fixed crash when many avatars met up online. Fixed a potential infinite loading when importing config files. Fixed a rare crash caused by live traffic. Improved rolling cache usage. Fixed crashes inside GPU drivers due to off by 1 error inside our texture loading code. Fixed double focus issues in UI lists. Fixed aircraft selectors showing an empty tile when opened. Added more information to debug FPS panel to make it easier to diagnose issues reported by users sharing screenshots in forums. Fixed crash when trying to remove a facility airport from the cache while the QMID has no matching entry. Fixed some infinite loadings on boot due to deadlocks inside IO code. By the way, hello everybody. We'll get to the chat later on. I just want to get through this as quickly as possible because it is absolutely gigantic based off of the scroll bar over here. But thanks for stopping by. What an exciting day. Alright, general bug fixes. Added footstep when walking as avatar. Fixed community packages being duplicated inside content.xml on each boot. Already existing duplicates are removed from file on boot. Fixed the quit to desktop button. Fixed an issue where the tail number of aircrafts were not correctly applied. Special characters can no longer be entered in the tail number field on the aircraft identification menu. Fixed arrow keys not doing anything when inputting text. Fixed incorrect loading of aircraft airline codes. Fixed numbers of not formatting correctly. General VR fixes. Fix the ratio of panels in VR flight. Fix the appearance of the toolbar when going out of VR flight. Fix some 3D UI that were appearing in front of the panels in VR flight. Modified profile statistics navigation and tab switching. Fixed navigation missing on logbook entries list. Fixed logbook entry list sorting incorrectly. Fixed action title not scrolling when hovered on gamepad. Reverse notification order, they are now listed from newest to oldest. Fixed a bug where quickly swapping options category could lead to superimposed categories. Fixed debug display for livery's color fallback. Fixed tarmac workers sometimes overlapping on the apron. Fixed avatar and shadow disappearing when not moving as avatar. Fixed cabin service always reloading when going into free flight world map. Now it reloads only when you enter the free flight menu. Increased screen exposure under heavy cloud cover. Improved avatar third person view to have the same behavior as avatar first person view. Fixed showcase as avatar and cockpit external link to first third when allowed. Fixed little movements with avatar first view locked, or the way they say that, first person view less blocked. Fixed invisible tent material. Fixed drone camera speed being FPS dependent when it shouldn't. Fixed windshield setting resetting. Fixed too large air traffic nameplates when zooming in. The clouds are now displayed by default on the world map. Fixed key mapping for pause on, pause off, and pause toggle. Generic airport bug fixes. Fixed an issue where the pop-up to inform the player needs to restart the game was missing after changing the global rendering quality in the settings. Fixed friends appearing on free flight world map when they are not in a free flight session. Fixed microphone usage detection by Windows even when not inside a group session. Fixed weather icon not changing when selecting weather preset in flight conditions screen. Fixed crash on launch if exe.xml is invalid. Fixed water self-shadow artifact when ray trace shadows are enabled. Changing a graphical or photogrammetry setting now correctly displays a loading pop-up. Restored Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 sorting order for liveries of non-modular aircraft in the aircraft selector. Fixed number turning to null when changing language. The flight model in the settings now doesn't switch unless the user confirms it. Fixed synchronization of planes, SimVar, when the pilot is out from the cockpit. Fixed a jitter when changing the text size in the accessibility settings. Fixed a crash happening when switching between aircraft variations quickly. Fixed an issue where the controller icon would be displayed in the world photographer list when the keyboard was the active peripheral. Fixed crash occurring when generating text during flight loading. Fixed infinite loading with aircraft containing WASM when the loading creates a low memory. Fixed purple outline that can appear on the HUD display against a bright sky background on Xbox. Fixed an issue where friends currently playing the title wouldn't be differentiated from the friends currently online, but not in-game. Fixed control input curve inverted on X-axis. Fixed an issue where the flight condition live preset was not dynamically translated. Fixed some textures that were not properly set on several meshes. Fixed minimized panels still showed a blurry content instead of really minimizing. Fixed LODs on several cargo props. Fixed crashed occurring when ending flight with plane using WASM and SimConnect. Fixed latency and repetition for keyboard input action. Fixed crash and low-level input installation when starting the game on Xbox. Fix the behavior of the sliders in the Showcase tab of the camera panel. Fix the scanning of input in Actions detail. Fixed wrong color shift when using HDR10, mostly visible on bright saturated colors like blue ribbons. Improved LODs on many assets. Added loading state to the panel camera while it is retrieving its data. Fixed point moving out of the curve when editing extremity dead zone of device hardware settings. Fixed model behaviors timing on resume after pause. Fixed dirt displaying on aircraft in career aircraft store and in free flight after playing a freelancer mission in career. Oh my god, we've hardly moved. Holy crap, man. Oh, Fixed an issue where legacy Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 stats were not present when hovering them in the aircraft selector. Fixed remarched reflection shift on screen borders. Fixed some UI buttons in FreeCam not being interactable with the mouse. Fixed an issue where the live airport activity page displayed inconsistent or incoherent data. Fixed replication of pilot and multiplayer. Fixed keyboard input latency when low frame rate and pressing key for long time. Fixed game input Xbox joystick axis scan too sensitive and triggered even if the stick was not moved. Fixed infinite loading on seafront packages. Modified cabin services and free flight world map to not recreate one that is already in the aircraft. Changed light range minimum value from 0.1 to 0.001. Fixed an issue where the ATC options cannot be scrolled. Fixed a bug on Xbox where the UI did not reflect the actual settings, sounds, languages, etc. Fixed a pop-up of third-party notices. Fixed an issue where an aircraft tile could be missing in the aircraft list in a specific condition. Fixed the infinite loading when loading air flight with aircraft containing WASM after canceling a loading with an aircraft containing WASM. Fixed flickering airport lights. FCR updates. Added any build's A350 enhancements for replay. Oh, this is flight control replay, if you don't know what FCR is. Fixed a bug where FCR control panel window would disappear after attempting to use external pop-out. Fixed a bug in FCR when toggling visibility for ghosts would cause them to fall back behind their offset position. And fixed a bug in FCR where ghost aircraft would remain invisible until their positional settings are changed. Fixed sim randomly taking a long time to exit. Fixed an issue where the notification of group invitations and friend invitations were excluded from the gameplay state. Modified repair coverage to work as a reduction on repair or as a bonus for selling the aircraft. Added liquid on fuel and payload weight graph. Fixed fuel and payload weight graph not showing the same data as in-game or in EFB. Fixed login pop-up sometimes not appearing for new users. Fixed freeze occurring sometimes when loading a flight with an aircraft containing WASM. Fixed no input available on xCloud when the safe mode pop-up is displayed during game boot. Fixed game pause state when locking Windows session. Fixed QR code not appearing on safe boot pop-up. Fixed an issue where incorrect metrics were used for the speed when in hybrid units of measurement. Fixed subtitle speed in non-Latin languages. Fixed in-game panels disappearing when using break command on gamepad. Fixed numerous text issues in free flight that could arise after changing the language without restarting the game. Fixed play animations not at the same time. Fixed crash when loading aircraft with WASM. Fixed ray-marched reflections ghosting issues. Fixed world map interaction behind the RFB panel. Fixed an issue where the weather data on the world map cards was inconsistent with other data shown in the game. Fixed airport names, nameplates, and tooltips not displayed in external windows. Fixed an issue where the player couldn't access the Reset Filters button in the world map filters using a gamepad. Fixed infinite loading on seafront packages. Fixed a potential crash in initial loading when the safe boot pop-up disappears. I think I said boop instead of boot. But anyways, fixed exposure regression introduced in SU1 while fixing too dark exposure under heavy cloud coverage, which caused overexposure in many other unwanted situations. Please note that this won't address the issue of excessively bright lights in many sceneries at night, as it's a light intensity issue unrelated to exposure. Whew. Alright, here we go. We're done with the first tab and we're about, 10% down? Oh no, get this out of here. Get this. No. There we go, we're good. Install performance and graphics. Added FSR frame generation. It can now be activated in graphics settings. It can cause crash for some users on NVIDIA cards at the moment. Added DLSS 4 native support with multi-frame generation. And added an option in the graphics menu to globally bias the auto exposure. Backwards compatibility bug fixes. Fixed missing pilot, co-pilot in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 aircraft. Fixed lagged animation when looking outside of the bounding sphere for Microsoft 2020 packages only. And now off to the aircraft updates. Oh boy. I'm gonna sit back for this one, folks. Fixed tooltips missing in cockpit camera. Fixed highlights for elements in showcase camera. Remove tooltips in showcase camera when using the mouse. Fixed propellers projecting dust, snow, water in correct direction when they are in reverse mode. Fixed a crash when elevator up, limit 0 in the aeroplane geometry section of the light model.cfg file. I'll probably skip the dev ones because I don't even know what I'm reading anyways. So, fixed pilot co-pilot visibility with cockpit camera. Fixed bug when aircraft's colors change when getting away or getting closer. Fixed incorrect rain masking and flow direction. Fixed tail number not similar to the custom one from the aircraft selector in free flight. Fixed some propeller, rotor, turbine rotation not being replicated on first-party aircraft and multiplayer. Fixed an issue causing the propeller to stop animating when switching aircraft with the aircraft selector. Modified cabin services to be reloaded when going back after launching a free flight. Fixed noticeable weakened surface inputs when exiting photo mode similar to lag introduced when taking over from autopilot. Interior interactions can now only be reached near the basket during pre-flight. Cessna 172 fixed fuel selector not in good position when Control E is used to start the aircraft. Fixed quick trim for helicopters without autopilot. Fixed an issue causing local VAR ZX1 flight parameters not to get saved properly. Fixed registration number not being displayed on NPC aircraft. Fixed ATC ID not used when custom tail number is cleared. Fixed white dot doesn't disappear in cockpit view after a while without movements. Fixed cockpit camera returned to true cockpit after quick view when an instrument was focused, now returned to pilot view. Fixed cockpit interior occluder leaks along the screen sides. Fixed clipping effect at the beginning of the engine heat. Fixed VFX for grass landings. Added different loads in both storage of the DA62. Fixed camera cockpit substate changed to pilot when the position was reset. Fixed custom view shared with all of the aircraft when created until the game is restart. The state of the aircraft covers is now replicated in multiplayer. Fixed palette for adaptive liveries. Cargo Europe type changed to Cargo Occident, and Cargo SA changed to Cargo Latin. Fixed current color palettes for aircraft liveries, added new color palettes. Fixed custom VFR pilot camera position used for other aircraft. Fixed key cycle pilot view back and key cycle pilot view next don't allow to enter instruments meta context anymore. Completed some unfinished debug windows for helicopters. Improved debug aircraft weight page to detect unrealistic MOIs. Added a fallback to have the weight in the cargo even if no graph SPC is available. Improved conditions for using the flashlight automatically. External lights shafts are now occluded inside cockpits. Added a notification when the envelope overheats for the hot air balloon experience. Fixed particles from prop wash to be affected by thrust magnitude and reverse throttle. Fixed all the Asobo aircraft thumbnails by regenerating them. Color from the menu selection now match the one in free flight. Passive aircraft updated services. Removed unwanted visible details in cockpit reflections. Fixed glitching rain on windshield when the velocity changed. Added FX template for water drop at low speed. Added the possibility to override the RPN code of the glider ballast FX. Introduced a new external HUD more relevant for the hot air balloon experience. Fixed propellers flickering when multiple instances of the same plane are visible. Fixed missing rain on windshield. Fix updated the DA62 pack seats, causing rendering issues in other aircraft. Fixed wrong aircraft in the aircraft configurator after player goes straight to the free flight configurator after playing career or challenge. Fixed in the initialization of object class in case of this field was empty and the category was not an airplane, a helicopter, or hot air balloon. Fixed an issue where community and edited packages would be missing info in the selector. Fixed part info driven animations that sometimes wouldn't work. Fixed propeller blur not consistently covering the blade tips. Fixed wake turbulence with multiplayer planes. Fixed rendering of the pilot tube covers. Fixed rectangle appearing on top of registration for some third-party planes from 2020. Hide avatar in aircraft if it's not edited for SR pilot system. Fixed tail number not similar to the custom one from the aircraft selector in free flight. and fixed windshield rain effect appearing on the HUD display. The Optica got Friends fixed Optica with version 0.09, reverted to original fuel system, fixed spawning with elevator trim full forward, removed heat blur VR check, reverted avionics brightness, fixed exterior registration color and added dynamic support, fixed headphone mode not allowing for aircraft exit entrance, added additional thumbnails for career mode and configure menu, synced mandatory exterior coding updates with interior updates section, fixed ability to load offload Copilot from the EFB seat selection, temporarily removed heat blur effects while in VR, fully upgraded to modern fuel system to fix career refueling issues, modified first aid kit artwork, and added new thumbnails to account for first aid kit artwork changes. The Air Tractor AT802 fixed animation rudder trim wheel, fixed checklist eyes icon for gear front on wheels variation, fixed an issue on the AT802 that prevented the starter switch from being operated while the engine is running, added condition speed to trigger vortex effect on crop dusting trail, fixed an issue that causes the 802 to spawn without fuel when started in free flight in parking, fixed an issue on the 802 preventing the emergency dump trapdoor from animating properly, fixed avionics switch not turning off ATC connection to COM nav channels, fixed GTR 225 and GNS 430 to no longer modify the same COM index, fixed the 802 wear and tear brake sound when brakes were damaged and played no sound, fixed the 802 trim indicator, fixed an issue on the 802 causing the spray pump not to be animated, fixed liquid tank value set from the EFB overwritten when launching a flight, MVP 50 now connected on the main bus instead of the avionics bus, fixed ground light display on agricultural version, improved front wheel LOD's visual, fixed tire spinning on wheels variation, added registration number in cockpit, fixed hour meter instrument, fixed animation of floats landing gear, and fixed windshield material, improved glass material in cockpit, fixed eye checklist and landing gear front left, fixed custom color on aerial app variation, adding heading indicator instrument in firefighting and agricultural cockpit, and fixed glass cockpit always off when starting in cold and dark. The Airbus 400M Atlas, any builds fixed Airbus 400M with version 0.019. Rudder controls tiller is off by default, blocking career. MCDU does not reflect fuel input from EFB, unable to enter fuel valves manually. GPU does not appear when toggled on the EFB in ground menu and in panel state menu. Unexpected error is triggered when arriving in game, forcing player to go back to the main menu, and engines not responsive when OAT below 0 degrees Celsius. The Airbus 310-300. On ILS approach, LOC is displayed on FMA after the localizer has been intercepted, and on glide slope, FMA should change from LOC star to LOC. In career mode, passengers have loaded 100%. Oh, okay. I like that. Are we getting some Airbuses too? Anyway, it says the load percentage is at 0%. Checklist is not included in the drop-down EFB, but is included in the cockpit EFB. Aircraft over Gs on RTC screen and career and other skip-related state issues prevent career use properly. What am I reading issues or fixes? Like what? Is this what they fixed? I don't know what they're saying to me here. Anyways, cannot scroll through approach departure pages to select approaches on the CDU. Passenger seat found equals 0. Flight model seem odds. Okay. I don't know what any build is doing with their changelog here. Exit flight game crash. I don't know what this is. This is just things that were an issue, I guess. Very long loading time. APU is already on when spawning cold and dark. Wheels are passing through the ground. External power is not working 100% of the time. Flaps info not updated on it. Any builds, I don't know what's with their changelogs, but I hate reading through these. The A321 aircraft engine is way quieter based on turbofan's loudness unit when full throttle on the ground in both perspectives. There is a gap in the aircraft. That sounds good. I'm just I don't like reading through this because this doesn't make. Are these things that they were known issues that they fixed or what? I don't know, but whatever any builds wrote here is Kind of ridiculous. So yeah, I guess these are fixed because it says that. So no interactions on flaps, no multiple highlights on flaps, bad pin placement, rudder controls, TCAS not operative. I'm assuming that's been fixed, but any builds really wrote this oddly. The A330-300 engine audio is quieter. It's pretty much the same issues that we've been reading. So I'll just kind of leave these here, and yeah, you can kind of read through it. But it seems like the Airbuses all pretty much have the same things fixed, apparently. So yeah, we'll just kind of skip through these a little bit. Yeah, a lot of the Airbuses have had the same fixes, so cool. So I don't have to read through all that. That's nice. The H125 fixed the fuel consumption, added DH tooltip to radar altimeter, added in-op to trim release tooltip, added outer knob cursor, control tooltip, and in-op tag, added check GOV off, fixed alternator light not lit when the related breaker is pulled, fixed PFD screen not being bright enough in low light situations, fixed alternator producing too much tension too quickly when engaging the starter, added dirts for aerial app variation, corrected some LOD transitions, improved some tooltips, added dirt LODs, improved luminosity of instrument at night, changed airspeed indicator, fixed slight variation in barometer values between visual and HUD, improved visual on dust dirt, fixed cropped stopwatch dial, added new interaction to stopwatch knob, turned the main rotor and tail rotor to fix the NR and auto rotation. Engine off NR will now increase and require collective input to maintain 410 NR at 60 knots. The glide ratio in auto rotation, 0.5 nautical miles per 1,000 feet at 60 knots, 410 NR. The pitch control to VNE, the retreat blade stall above VNE, the max cruising speed, and the ground handling with tail rotor input on grass surface. Don't know what any of that means, but there you go. The blimp fixed tooltip door to exit, added icing to the interior cabin windows, inverted direction of interactions on dampener levers. Ammeter is now functional and behaves according to its knob, added DC screen, set tilt to 0 in cruise, replaced ComNav panel by transponder, made GNS 430 work when starting in cold and dark, fixed generator warning lights, fixed oil pressure warning lights, reduced the fuel flow scalar to match the expected range and fuel consumption, fixed interior minor LOD issue, fixed standing passenger, added engine efficiency to match power at max RPM, fixed drag to match the expected maximum airspeed, and adjusted MOI on pitch and yaw for better controllability, fixed exterior parts LOD issue, fixed icing visual into cabin, and added auto position to ballonet fan switches, fixed visual of barometer glass, and improved airship system simulation and Skyship initial states to avoid chaotic behavior. The Albatross GPS and avionics emissive values fixed, windshield edging flickering fixed, insects removed from fuselage side glass, HU-16 cockpit label fixes, Royal Canadian Air Force livery added, workaround for major rendering issue with windshield refraction coming in SU-1, basically unflyable without a fix, and windshield texture improvements, smoother oil cooler flap, and cowl flap animations. The Archer Midnight, we're finally getting some eVTOL fixes too. The camera's position determines whether the aircraft is turned on when the aircraft mode is set to off. Character is not facing the plane at spawn. Incorrect navigation graph. Problem with electric engine SimVar not set up on startup. Missing files. Battery is not at 100% on start. Engine 2 and 3 have 0% wear and tear at startup. Motors get destroyed by wear and tear very fast. On the runway by default in ground mode. Hard to know how to take off. And propeller animation does not update as fast as it should. The S1S, visual helper is not working for, again, any builds. I don't know why they write this. I'll just kind of skip these. I'm not really a fan of the any builds change logs. But again, I'm assuming that this is stuff that was known issues that have been fixed. So that's for the S1S. The Baron G58, unable to load Copilot. Most buttons and switches don't have sound effects. Cowl flap not animating. registration livery colors, tail number does not show up, multiple issues with tooltips, no collision on wings, prop syncing up. The Bonanza adjustment to enable better career compatibility. Very nice, because we already know that the passengers hanging outside the aircraft and so forth has been fixed. That was kind of already a thing in the beta, so we'll test that out some more. Coronado with the King Air. EFB route does not transfer to avionics, unable to hear another player's aircraft engine in multiplayer. Unable to hear audio identification of nav aid despite the volume selected at 100%. There is no tooltip on circuit breakers located on the circuit breakers panel. Auto start engine does not work properly. King Air GTX is not available for passenger carrying in career, only VIP and medical evacuation. Nice, so are we going to get it? Oh, I'm excited to see the career menu. Man, there's an incorrect input indicator on pitch trim while using a controller. In career mode, skip function for medevac mission checklist items are not completed prior to takeoff. EFB landing performance data will not calculate for destination when in flight with approach speeds or METAR. EFB performance data does not calculate takeoff or landing data. Circuit breakers on pilot and co-pilot side have no function and do not impact any systems in the aircraft. Few untranslated items in Polish, Italian, Norwegian, and Russian languages. Before starting checklist electrical system, check calls for needles in green arc, but no green arc on gauge. Inaccurate translations in Polish language. Control display unit does not automatically initialize with FMS position using skip function in career mode. Career mode ATC files the medevac mission at flight level 450. Flight level 450 is a mission task. Max altitude is flight level 30,000. EFB passengers and fuel quantities change between hangar EFB performance planning and ready to fly EFB performance planning. Medical variant passengers are not seated properly. Chosen livery is not visible to others in multiplayer. Vehicle ambulance graphics merge with hangar during medevac mission, and aircraft disappears at certain distance. The King Air 350i forward storage compartment doors come off, revealing forward storage. Landing gear can retract while plane is on the ground. Unable to set approach procedures for flight plans. Center console buttons are all in op. No clear way to back out of waypoint information screen, and cannot load or activate any procedures into flight plan. The Bell 407, some of the text and labels are either unreadable or in low resolution. Auto start does not function properly, and engine quits. Yay, that's been finally fixed. About time. LOD issues on resume main menu screen, and some knobs lack turning animation. The 737 MAX 8. Control surfaces are heavier when facing hydraulic failure. Fixed heat engines effects issue. Fix altitude warning playing in cold and dark. Modified radio knob tooltips to show the current standby frequency. Fix the name of the Sun Express livery in the aircraft selection. Fixed flight and landing altitude knob animations. Fixed pilot camera position. Fixed altitude knob animation. Fixed automatic lighting animation or adjustment on spawn to better match the ambient lighting. Fixed overhead and pedestal screens that were incorrectly tied to their section light potentiometer. Adjusted automatic brightness curve for some screens that were hardly readable under some weather-like conditions. Fixed XPDR not receiving inputs. Added livery Sun Express. Debugged the livery career error and commercial static 3. Fixed GPU not turning on plane when battery is off. Fixed avionics fan not playing at the wrong time. Fixed an issue on the 737 that prevented its de-ice system to work properly. Fixed screens and some avionics powering on when they shouldn't in cold and dark. Updated hydraulic system configuration and FLTs to fix low hydraulic fluid readings. Fixed transponder wrong button animation. Fixed missing visual indicator on MFD EFIS knobs. Added FX to simulate snow blowed by engines when reversed. Fixed an issue where the engines would not start in cold conditions. Adjusted step climb logic on the CDU VNAV cruise page to more closely match real-world behavior. Updated the background and text colors of COM radios, NAV radios, ADF radios, and MCP windows to match real-world look and feel. Fixed issue to verify the active nav frequencies in the radios when the aircraft loads are set to correct nav mode ILS or VOR. Fixed external light doesn't work on the BBJ variation. Fixed AFDS floodlight doesn't work in cockpit. Fixed landing gear lever glass shader issue. Fixed several issues on different liveries. Fixed some issue on 3D model. Improved visual of the BBJ cabin. Fixed alternators not being usable after activating the GPU. Implemented 737 specific climb and descent speed restriction field logic. Fixed rough autopilot altitude capturing. Added automatic loading of airport translation altitude and level. Or transition, not translation. Fixed an issue where an inactive route had to be executed twice and some data was lost. Enhanced the boat rotor motoring logic during engine startup. Adjust erroneous warnings and engine indicators during engine startup. Correct turn radius on ND for approach and missed approach legs, and fixed left ADF mode knob. The Boeing 747 Dreamlifter added realistic spool-up times when setting takeoff thrust, removed engine and pitot covers for pre-flight walk-around, added aircraft configurations to flight performance files, fixed an issue where the active comm frequency was not appropriately set when spawning into the aircraft on the runway, added alternate gear extension, added engine vortex ground effects, fixed autopilot disconnect bar animation, fixed excessive turn radius on ND for approach and missed approach legs, added automatic loading of airport transition altitude and level, implemented updated simulation of aircraft hydraulics, including wear and tear, and allowing for partial or full systems to be disabled, fixed auto start control E not starting engines, takeoff pre-pressurization only happens if the engines are running, and bleed air is now available. Now targeting a plus 0.1 PSID cabin pressure differential during takeoff, added landing alt flag on PFD, and improved landing altitude logic. Fixed ident page navigation database dates. Fixed climb D-rate logic to be in accordance with the FCOM. Fixed VNAV path overshoot at TD when descent speed is equal to or slightly lower than the cruise speed. Fixed rough autopilot altitude capturing, and fixed EFB performance data distance calculations. The Boeing 747-8 labels can be seen strobing when looking at the cabinets behind the co-pilot and passenger seats of the Boeing 7. This is interesting. Working Title had the 747, didn't they? So any builds took that over. I'm pretty sure, because I think Working Title was the 747. But anyways, cursor control does not work, so there is no way to interact with lower MFD EICAS or complete checklist items. Engine fan blade spin is missing. Speed brake handle click spot is too big and makes the interacting with the CDU too difficult, especially for CLR. Reverse thrust click spot is almost impossible to click, and even when clicked it cannot be moved. Engine 3 and 4 animate for the wrong engine. Starting engine 4 animates 3, and vice versa. Captain CDU does not power on with standby power, and turning battery on does not properly power the electric buses. On indication missing or too faint to see on various overhead panels, and missing exterior interactions. The Dreamliner added realistic spool-up times, updated hydraulic system to 2024 hydraulic system for improved non-normal operations, removed engine and pitot covers for pre-flight walk-around, added aircraft configuration to flight performance files, fixed an issue where the active comm frequency was not appropriately set when spawning into a flight on the runway, added engine vortex ground effects, fixed avionics not loading, fixed rudder not moving, fixed autopilot disconnect bar automate. So a lot of the stuff is what we've already read before. We'll kind of just get a nice little scroll through here. But yeah, most of this is what we've read from other planes, so I'm not going to read the same thing over again. Miltech has fixed the Boeing C-17 Globemaster. Contrast and weathering on all liveries improved throughout. Main landing gear sinking on the ground on heavy loads. Added additional weathering to cockpit textures. Rivets white outline when viewed from afar. Improved engine cowling texture. Primer livery registration incorrect. Ground spoiler arm knob corrected the tool tips. Increased resolution on tablet EFB textures. Maximum fuel load in pounds displaying incorrectly due to wrong fuel type on flight model. When spawning on the runway, SAAB trim is configured for takeoff. ATC designation fixed. Incorrect naming order in aircraft resolved manufacturing name missing. COM SKE tooltips corrected. Issue on the engine geometry. Other minor tooltip edits. ATC call signs overwritten for some liveries. SAAB trim alarm adjusted. RABA was inverted on the HUDs. Course variables completely disconnected from Varios navigation display screens. ETA to destination at low speeds calculation improved. Transponder on ND now displaying correctly. Overspeed alarm triggering at 250 knots under 8,000 feet. Yaw dampener not engaging with autopilot when using keybinds hardware binds. Aircraft nose disappearing on walk-around mode. Various LOD issues. Engine blast effects detached fixed. Multi-language LOC translations added. Added documentation page to EFB with links direct to the aircraft manual. Walk-around items improved. Engine covers can now be removed from walk-around. Added tire pressure checks. Added pre-flight walk-around to checklist. Additional conditions for a successful engine start added. Engines will fail to start if PRI and SEC hydraulic pumps are on. Fail to start if APU bleed is off. APU can be started without fuel pumps, gravity feed, but will be fuel deprived after 2 minutes if boost pumps are off. Engine ignition will auto switch off when N2 is greater than 52%. Added APU to allow feeding from fuel manifold. Fuel transfer among tanks is now possible using the fill and XFER valve and pumps. Engine crossfeed is now possible. Note, crossfeeding and fuel transfer is not possible at the same time. Fuel dump is now possible, and the cargo bay flag temporarily disabled, being moved and reanimated. Blackbird updated the Chinook, fixed to various tooltips on circuit breaker panels, ICS panel, and fuel panel. Fixed animation on radar altimeter, high limit knobs. Fixed highlights for external interactions. Fixed pins for external interactions. Adjusted checklist for external pre-flight. Adjusted interaction direction for wiper knob. Changed tooltip for starter selector switch. Moved cockpit windows to external model to fix reflections. Added bottom position for external ramp. Added engine and inlet covers. Fixed auto shutdown scripted behavior. Fixed fuel quantity total display. And fixed text localizations. The FA-18 improved some tooltips, added fuel probe extension cockpit controls, fixed position and formation light not working on cruise departure, removed some leftover circuits slightly extending battery lifetime, improved low altitude water effects visual with vortice effect, fixed an issue with right gear pin interaction collision box, added new vapor cone effects, improved the interactions and tooltips on the air-to-air weapon selection, increased the fly-by-wire high-speed roll rate, increased some pre-flight interaction volumes, fixed an issue that could cause the F-18's engine not to restart properly after a back on track in one of the trainings, added bleed air knob position indicator, fixed wing light orb floating when wings are stowed, and fixed missing part in front of landing gear. The Cessna 152 Aerobat, ferry flight, flight seeing, and aerial advertising, missing chalk equals 1 in-flight file. Okay, debug text, preset, and checklist. Look at arrow points towards unknown object. ADF frequency cannot be set. Rear position light projection is not aligned. Takeoff landing distance does not generate in the EFB. Pilot navigation graph positions, passenger navigation, RTC positions, ground handling flight model, and door entry exit logic for career mode compatibility. The Skyhawk fixed the adaptive liveries, fixed the livery for flight seeing adaptive 5, improved the livery availability per variations, fixed from animation, adjusted flight potentiometer? Anyways, added missing text entries for the EFB. The 172 Skyhawk added runway dirt, fixed rain direction and scale on all exterior, fixed float variation gear lights turned on in cold and dark departure, improved interior rain tilling, fixed camera bug and checklist engine startup page, added leaks dirt. Fixed AO for floats variation, fixed tour and skydive liveries adaptivity, fixed company names and baselines for all cargo liveries, improved variant thumbnails, changed altimeter instrument in all variations, Fixed the engine friction to correct the propeller behavior when stopping the engine even in case of in-flight engine failure. Fixed behavior of lighting knobs on the C-172, which in VR used both horizontal movement and rotation to increment, decrement, while the other knobs only consider rotation. Fixed visual on Flight Seeing 7 and 4. Improved adaptivity of all liveries. I feel like I read that already. Fixed float front wheel suspension animation. Fixed visual issue on rudder for livery Cargo 5 and adjusted the two-toe lines, position, and default cockpit camera. The AG truck, the aircraft is missing agricultural features that are required for career mode, so apparently that was added to it. Stick cannot be grabbed by VR controllers. Minor discrepancy with manual in before takeoff checklists. Turn coordinator lags after initial input is made by pilot. Is not available for purchase in career mode new or used. The Grand Caravan, fixed inverted light knob. Again, a lot of this stuff is kind of similar to what we've already read. We got some livery stuff. I mean, we've gone like 20% through this goddamn changelog. We're gonna kind of skip through a lot of this because a lot of it's kind of mixed up stuff. A lot of the same fixes for these different planes. Plus, I need a break for my my voice here. We got some VR fixes for the Caravan there. The Cessna 400 Corvallis. Missing career, tour plan, flight, whatever, added. Unable to naturally pick up icing. Missing after start checklist. Missing hot engine start. Passengers can be seen walking next to the aircraft. We already know that's been fixed, which is great. A lot of those planes that had those issues with passengers hanging out have been fixed. The Titan. Some sound effect fixes going on. Heat blurs unnatural. Stuff like that. Right fuel gauge shows. I mean, I want to kind of focus on like major things that we know have issues. But we have a lot of fixes for it, which is great. So we got this going. Sky Courier. Updated WT G1000 version 2. So we got some new avionics in there. Aircraft has no water wake effect. Radios don't turn to the proper digits. Takeoff and landing performance tools in OP and EFB. Not transferring to G1000. Cold and dark start using checklists that don't work. VR controllers are not fully supported. So now they are. Hey, here we go. Okay, this is... I kind of want to focus on some things that we know are broken. Because the other stuff is just, you know, it's great to see some changes to it, but whatever. Citation CJ4 added electronic checklists, reduced aircraft instability when skipping phases and missions, fixed cabin pressure limits being exceeded at high altitudes, fixed left engine and anti-ice sound missing, fixed an issue where the active comm frequency was not appropriately set when spawning into a flight on the runway, added nav radio in identification Morse code when nav volume is more than 0%, added interaction box and pre-flight point to nose cargo doors, fixed pitot heat and emergency lights off CAS message displaying when spawning in the air, fixed FMC bright dim not working correctly, fixed right engine fire warning light cover not working, fixed all lights on checklist bug by removing the section as it was incorrect checklist item to begin with, fixed various buttons, all inoperative, reversion, engine de-ice, battery, and knobs, barometer pressure, missing sounds, fixed pre-flight pitot cover, interaction box. Oh. Fixed pre-flight check flaps and main gear interaction boxes, fixed EFB nose baggage load position, fixed covers not being removed when skipping mission steps, fixed contrails appearing far larger than they should, and fixed mission passenger start points for boarding cinematic. I'm really hoping we get some better performance out of this as well, because the CJ4 kind of sucks with performance, so we'll see. The Cessna Citation Longitude. Let's see what the Longitude has. Added additional EFB checklists, added an additional instrument camera preset that gives a view of all avionic screens except the Copilot outboard GTC. Adjusted some instrument panel or instrument camera presets. The toggle all aircraft doors, toggle aircraft exit fast, and toggle aircraft exit key events now work properly for all doors. Fixed an issue where the baggage door would remain open after playing the passenger. Boarding cinematic and career mission. Oh, are we getting that too? Oh my goodness. Are we getting all these? Fixed the display of CAS messages on the PFD. Fixed an issue where sometimes the parking brake lever could not be moved. Fixed an issue where the PTCU could sometimes provide hydraulic power to a system using the hydraulic pumps without an electrical power source or a cross-system hydraulic pressure. Disabled the emergency exit. And again, we're going to just kind of go through these. You can see it. The Hawk Arrow 2 got some new stuff there. VR control support. The Cirrus SR-22 got some fixes for that. We'll do the Vision Jet because I know a lot of people love it. The FMS GPS navigation source is now displayed as GPS in the UI, and the associated lateral flight director mode is enunciated as GPS in the AFCS status box. Fixed mission passenger start points for boarding cinematic. Fixed an issue where landing field elevation for the cabin pressurization system was sometimes calculated incorrectly. Fixed an issue where the landing lights toggle key event was not toggling the landing light switch. The fuel pump on CAS message now appears as an advisory white when the engine run stop knob is selected to run and before the engine start sequence is initiated. The fuel pressure low CAS message no longer appears when the engine is not running. Enabled support for heading sync mode. Interactions with the checklist scroll wheel using the mouse wheel are no longer reversed. The checklist scroll wheel now needs to be pushed and held for 1 second to toggle the checklist pane. Pushing and holding the wheel while the checklist pane is visible will now close the checklist pane and return to the previous selected pane. And that was a pane saying how many times I needed to say pane. Fix various cases of CAS messages incorrectly triggering a master caution or master warning. Set instrument lighting at 100% on cold and dark starts. Change the date shown on the left side of the PFD bottom information panel to match the real airplane. Added missing localization for tooltips and checklist items. The door open main and door open baggage CAS warning messages now appear in place of the door open advisory message when the engine is running and the aircraft is on the ground. Increase the brightness of the strobe anti-collision and navigation lights. Fix the logic of the pulse wigwag light feature so that the pulse lighting is enabled on when both the landing switch and the strobe light switch are selected on and the airplane is above 500 feet. Fixed an issue where the active comm frequency was not appropriately set when spawning into a flight on the runway. Chocks and covers are now visible by default when viewing the airplane in the hangar. Added IPS stall offset logic. When wing stabilizer IPS is selected on, the stall warning and protection system will now calculate higher stall speeds. Once wing stabilizer IPS is turned off, stall speed calculations can be reset by using the IPS stall offset reset button in the GTC aircraft systems page. Fix the toggle master battery key binding. Fix an issue where the set autopilot current heading key event could be used to manipulate the heading bug while safe return was active. Improved registration number styling to better match real-world liveries. Fixed an issue where the output tension of the starter generator and alternator could rise to improperly high values while the engine was spooling up rapidly. Adjusted the logic of the takeoff emergency battery CAS message to reduce the frequency of nuance alerts. Reduced the weather veining effect at high crosswind during takeoff. Adjusted the logic of flap airspeed inhibits to prevent flap retraction in the air when airspeed is too low. The flaps ice and stall speed high CAS messages can now be cleared using the IPS stall offset reset button in the GTC aircraft systems page. Added appropriate CAS and EIS indicators or indications for when the flap system is inoperative. Adjusted the airspeed threshold at which the throttle EPS engages to reduce the likelihood of inadvertent engagement when flying at or just above V reference in landing configuration. Increase flap extension time. Flaps now take roughly 10 seconds to move between each stage. Adjusted the positioning of the PFD CAS display so that it is not occluded by the bearing pointer 2 box when the PFD is in split mode. Fixed an issue where landing distance calculated by the EFB was too high in most cases, and the gear touchdown sounds no longer play when the airplane lands. Hey, I wasn't losing my mind. I thought that's what was going on, so cool. Well, the other issue, too, is the gears would play the sounds like we were on the ground in the air. I think that was the other thing that was the thing. So we'll see if that's been rectified. The Cub Crafters, we got some stuff there, too. Looks like we have it both times. I guess this is supposed to be with that. But you can see that. I'm not going to go through it. Got some fixes going on there. I don't even think I've ever flown the Curtiss Jenny. Don't get me wrong, cool plane, but not something I've flown. The TBM 930, here we go. We're getting some fixes for that. Did they fix the door being open? Oh god, of course it's it's not too bad. All right. The FMS GPS navigation source is now displayed as GPS in the UI. Fixed mission passenger start points for boarding cinematic. Fixed an issue where the open-close animations for the cabin and pilot doors could sometimes stutter. Made the engine heat blur effects smaller. Added prop wash ground effects. Fixed an issue where fuel mixture could be inappropriately set by the user. Fixed an issue where landing field elevation for the cabin pressurization system was sometimes calculated incorrectly. Fixed an issue where the autopilot trim switch would disable the rudder and aileron trim. Added missing non-English localization. Fixed an issue where the active comm frequency was not appropriately set when spawning into a flight on the runway. Chocks and covers are now visible by default when viewing the airplane in the hangar. Added EFB takeoff and landing performance data. Fixed one of the decals overlapping the registration number. Removed some invisible collision behind the left wing that was preventing players from entering the space during walk-around. The same toggle all doors has been fixed. Fixed an issue where the baggage door would remain open after playing the passenger boarding cinematic and career missions. Thank goodness for that. Love it. And added missing engine exhaust heat blur effect. The CL-415. Fixed aircraft not correctly placed inside the hangar and firefighting extended. Fixed glide slopes indicator that were inverted and ADF2 that was not showing on the compass. Fixed fuse glass door always open by default. Fixed the range value in the aircraft selection screen. Fixed propeller cone doesn't cast shadow. Fixed art issues on livery freelance adaptive. And fixed art issues on 3D model. Added dirt and frost. Fixed glass rendering issue on the landing gear lever and fuse panel door in the cabin, and removed legal issue on decal texture. So did they really not change? I still feel like this plane is very easily, like, no matter what you do, you're always going to get an engine malfunction in the firefighting mission. So we'll see if anything's changed, but nothing in the change log. Got some stuff for the Beaver, resizing of drone collision mesh, added pre-flight interactions and pins, and some other stuff. Added landing gear failure inhibit. Here's some stuff for the gliders. I'm not going to focus on those. I never do. They're cool, but got some fixes there. You can pause it if you want to see what's going on. DA62. Changed DFB position. Added passenger seatbelts. Added alternate static model tap. Added vent model on pilot windows. Fixed yoke copilot button animation. Fixed button light still on when battery is off. Added new sun visors, model animated in cockpit. Added new screws on glare shield and ceiling. That was one I was really looking forward to on that. I always thought the screws were a low model, so we got new screws. But anyways, added loads and trunks. Improved LOD switch by adding new ones. Improved interior details map. Fixed propeller feathering on all LODs, fixed thumbnail, fixed fueling, fixed fuel cap position on wings. The Diamond DV20 low volt lights always stays on after restarting the battery. Aircraft has no thumbnail, some LOD issues. More takeoff landing performance data, fantastic. The C-Star cruise flight fuel flow value fixed. Fuselage shape aerodynamics provided. Engine dynamics updated, relevant to previous point change. Removed before flight flags changed into more realistic. Cruise flight pitch angle fixed. Exterior collision mesh fixed. Windshield wiper raindrops clearing texture added. Windshield frost updated. LODs on glass texture and passenger nodes added. Other players' C-Stars float in multiplayer. It'll be interesting to see if we have some changes with that too, where we can actually see other players' models of the planes they're actually flying. We'll see. Sound package updated. A lot of buttons and switches do not have audio while pressing. Low resolution textures on third livery. EFB is able to be clicked through, which causes EFB to disappear. and so forth. The Draco X, backflow pressure and gravity-fed wing tanks, spawning with elevator trim full forward, removed heat blur VR check, reverted avionics brightness, condition lever getting stuck on the Xbox controllers, missing aileron, elevator, and flap gauges on the G3X, door seal, circuit breaker. By the way, no spoilers. Can't believe I scrolled that far. We're not spoiling anything just yet. Exterior registration color and added dynamic support and ability to load, offload Copilot from the EFB seat selection, synced mandatory exterior coding updates, additional thumbnails for career mode, checklist misspelling, headphone mode, and so forth. Some localization fixes as well. What? The Aircrane for firefighting. Are we actually getting this stuff? Oh, I'm excited. Correction of tooltips on flight director switches, addition of course and heading readouts and EHSI course and heading knobs, addition of push sync functionality on EHSI heading knobs. The extra 300, fix some starter windows, the ELT alarm sound, improved LODs for instruments, fixed breaker animation, fixed bug preventing tail wheel. The Cabri G2, we got some more fixes for that, some typo issues. Specify the EFB aircraft size category to small, changes previous oil dipstick, small with a smaller one. The ES30, here we go. Again, we're just kind of going through those other ones that didn't have really major issues, just some, I want to focus on ones that we know had some issues, like the ES30. Added landing lights, added cockpit switch to control taxi light on the front landing gear, added a new fixed external camera under the belly of the aircraft, fixed GPU not available in gate departure, fixed landing light not extinguishing when retracting gears, fixed some interior lighting issues, added aileron and rudder trim controls, added magnetic compass, fixed horizontal stabilizer trim animation, added interactions for aileron trim control and rudder trim control on the pedestal, SR audio, fixed ES30 avionics fan sound playing in outside view, and added barometer knob sound in cockpit view, mix on engines, cockpit vents, and propellers, added propeller pitch animation, added horizontal stabilizer trim animation, added fuselage landing light, fixed various minor LOD issues, station loads were misspelled in the EFB mass and balance app, added EIS page on G5000 MFD, added aircraft icon on the G5000 MFD, fixed aircraft characteristics in the aircraft selection screen, added low voltage highlight, added checklist highlights to the EIS glass cockpit, improved some tooltips, fixed tail or taxi light being visible through the airframe when the gears are up, changed autopilot IAS indicated airspeed mode to FLC, flight level change mode, added missing animations for the joysticks of the GTCs of the Garmin G5000, fixed and improved weight and balance pages in the EFB, modified max capacity of fuel tanks, fixed secondary screen animation in the cockpit, fixed a bug that could cause faulty spawn of the aircraft in the hangar screen before a mission, fixed the default position of the cabin altitude knob, made cockpit HUD interactions inoperative as the system is not functional yet, added missing highlights in the checklist, and fixed the propeller that caused excessive backward thrust, sending the aircraft in the air while passing to idle. We know all about that, so that's great to see the ES30 finally getting some improvements. We're really happy about that. I know what everybody's been looking forward to, the fixes for the hot air balloon. We are going to be going through these. Added assistance notifications to indicate max temperature reached, mooring rope attached, fixed fuel hose T-connector, and fixed hot air balloons being deflated in the configuration menu. And we'll skip the fly-do. The Jetson Aero Jetson 1 icing effect creates an overlay on the moving propellers. Battery tooltip in walk-around mode bounces when toggled. The aircraft has no sound effects in multiplayer. Stow arms and propeller cover interaction points in walk-around are active only at a certain angle. Misspelled propeller tooltip in walk-around says propeller. Visual helicopter does not highlight nor pan the camera to kill switch and arm motor buttons. And share a new LOC file for Jetson for translation. I'm really hoping these eVTOL things are a lot easier to fly. You think they would be easy, but they're kind of a pain, so it'll be interesting to test those out again. The VL3, PAX nodes too close to the aircraft. Some of the pre-flight and post-flight checklist items are not translated in Turkish. Tires checklist items is not translated in Polish. Almost all interactables lack audio. And section aircraft configuration.0 was not found in the CFG. Oh, here we go. The PC-12. Do we finally have pressurization fixed? Let's find out. Odd object in free cam, unable to hear another player's aircraft engine in multiplayer. Climate control is in-op. Unable to input airway into Epic 2. Pressure dump doesn't do anything. Checklist cannot be manually completed. DME is not showing on ILS approach. EPS does not power oxygen, ESIS, standby altitude, or pressurization system. It should power all three. Yay, it's finally been fixed. Who can believe it? We can finally fly higher than 18,000 feet in the PC-12. That's awesome. Landing gear hydraulic audio is missing when activated in external camera view. A few buttons and an engine do not have a tooltip. EFB takeoff and landing performance tools not working. MFD swap does not work. Course knob adjustment reaction is too slow, takes too much scrolling to actually get to a selected course. Aircraft battery does not drain while generators are disabled. Upper and co-pilot display units turn on even when the battery only power. They shouldn't. Auto throttle does not respect ITT limits and causes engine damage in career mode. Flashing amps and battery caution, CAS and EIS lower DU during normal startup. Auto startup and auto stop shortcuts do not work on controller. Oxygen system is at 0 at all times, likely causing issues in career. Hypoxia in career mode due to oxygen pressurization not modeled correctly. Strange ice visuals on props. Rain animation missing from the cockpit of the PC-12. Exhaust effects are overly exaggerated. VOR needle color is incorrect. Taxi lights does not illuminate the ground. Main pilot seatbelts are not mounted and do not disappear when in cockpit camera. Characters in the air ambulance variant are improperly seated. Oral chime. Sound plays when starting the aircraft in the external camera view. Aircraft engine audio is 5LU quieter than recommended level. Wow, that's really specific. Did somebody do that? And they're like, this is not the correct sound. At full throttle while on the ground. Cabin temp controls not working correctly and are crossed out on MFD related to overall ECS issues. Nose wheel door has misaligned numbers. Yaw dampener is not highlighting by visual helper. Propeller feathering changes abruptly upon engine shutdown. Exterior icing effect acts unnaturally in 2 places. EC and pressurization we already know is in-op, but now it isn't. VR mouse pointer cannot reach the top avionics exact position. PFD displays an MSG alert despite not cast message present. Cannot clear the M message on the PFD. Rain effect on the front windshield shows up only when the player banks. Icing LOD disappears, changes noticeably when zooming away from the aircraft. Autopilot button is not animated. Floating button upon hiding copilot yoke. Few issues with LOD. And rudder texture Z flights when highlighted by checklist and EPS checklist not labeled correctly. The PC-24 is up next. Oh shoot, no spoilers. I'm hoping the auto throttle is fixed. We'll see. Electrical is not set up properly. Cabin's not pressurizing. I never had any issues with pressure. I mean, I guess I don't know. Anyways. Checklist item for checking fuel quantity doesn't appear in correct order. Fuel system synoptic page not implemented. Environmental section on MFD is not displaying values. Sun shield disappears depending on camera's angle. No rain effects on windscreen. No water effects visible. Tidal legacy error upon switching to VR. Remove before flight ribbon has mirrored words. Standby instrument brightness cannot be changed. Starting engine checklist items reads incorrectly. LOD issues in exterior camera. Landing and takeoff data does not work. And VOR CDI not showing. So there's nothing about the weird auto throttle, huh? That's surprising. I mean, it could be fixed, but it's not listed. We'll see. Again, more stuff that we'll have to test out. Because you know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's just kind of like it goes to the speed you want, and then it goes back, and then it goes back up, and then it goes, it's just that the whole time. We'll see. Again, more little things like that. Not going to be too focused on it. Really want to focus on the ones that we know we've had major issues with. So if you want to see it, you can pause it. But we're still about 30%. Look at how far we've not gone. We've been going for over an hour. Holy crap. They weren't kidding when they said that this was the biggest update that the sim has ever gotten ever. But yeah, again, you can pause it if you're wanting to see these specific planes. I'm not going to focus on it. We've already been spending so much time going through this. We haven't even gotten to the like career mode or anything like that, EFB, VR, and so forth. The Robin 66, did they finally make it to where we can finish career missions? That would be nice, because helicopter auto shutdown after 41 minutes of idle with sufficient fuel. Helicopter water effects. Heading compass input is reversed. I just want to see the main thing. I don't see anything about career mode. What in the world? Did they? Well, something else we'll have to test. But yeah, I mean, you're never able to finish it because of the... It always says, like, activate the parking brake. I'm not really seeing anything about that, unless I skipped over. Oh, there it is. Hey, there it is. Rotor brake not functional as parking brake on R66 helicopter due to missing bead chain slot. Perfect. So we might actually be able to finish career missions with the R66 now. That would be nice. The SAAB 340. Ooh, nice. I'm excited for some more changes for that. Icing textures keep flickering on the windshield and passenger windows. KOKR Korean lock pack file is missing from the aircraft package. Flight status panel light does not illuminate for the right prop de-ice when the toggle is placed in normal max position. While highlighting the rudder, painted letters are flickering on livery 2 Sprint Air. All liveries on all variants appear in simulation as livery 2 Sprint Air. There is no sound of other player aircraft and multiplayer. Spawning on the runway does not have all the checklists complete. Various rain splatter effects are missing from the aircraft. Tug not available for pushback on ramp. Aircraft tug is not available on any ramp or gate through ground services or pre-positioned. Loading passengers at the ramp or at the gate generates no animation and no notification that they're all boarded. Jetway does not connect to the aircraft. A jetway wouldn't really connect to a plane like a SAAB 340 because it's a staircase that comes down, right? Or am I thinking wrong? Because I don't know why because people would just walk to the plane. Anyways, whatever. Some interactables are missing. Audio folly when used in the cockpit. No flight plan waypoints are displayed on the navigational display at any setting. Strobe lights are inside of the wing and can barely be seen. Nav lights are only visible at night. Annunciators do not test or illuminate enough. Unable to determine if the light is working or not. To and from flag missing from analog CDI gauge. EFB and FMS fuel data do not share fuel, cargo, or packs on board. FMS fuel page has packs cargo, fuel weight, and must be input manually. Weather radar does not display on the EFIS at any setting. Engine and wing anti-ice do not prevent accumulation on the engine inlets and wing leading edges. Numerous toggles and rheostrats are not operational for the ECS pressurization system. Go-around mode is not in the build despite being in the POH. Go-around button is not on the power levers. Cycling of wing leading edge boots does not clear or improve the accumulation of ice. Multiple issues with interior prefix camera positions. Approach mode with autopilot does not capture the LOC or GS on an ILS. FMS UNS 1K performance function does not calculate any performance speeds or flight parameters. And no holding and divert function does not operate in the direct to menu. The modes on the flight control panel illuminate when turned off instead of turned on according to the tooltip. Takeoff landing data card in front of co-pilot yoke is not correct and does not adjust for actual weight and balance, resulting in incorrect V vertical speeds. EFB perform. Oh my god! What in the world is going on here? We're gonna probably skip some things. As a matter of fact, let's just kind of scroll through here a little bit. Didn't realize it was gonna be that long of a changelog for one plane, but yeah, you can kind of see that. Aircraft does not respond to half bank mode. Blah, 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 blah. Aircraft heat blurs look unnatural. It's gonna be exciting diving back into these planes though, for sure. Xbox users crash after loading into the simulator in any spawn location. A few buttons and switches are missing from the tooltip and have placeholder names. LOD improvements, cabin door with no sound, cargo light problem, strobe light visibility, PFD lateral deviation, inverted animation, and so forth. Very nice. Another glider. This is Lynn Savage. Norden implemented final livery fix, final cowling fix, final sleeping setup fix, heat blur VR check, exterior registration color, dynamic added support, headphone mode not allowing the aircraft exit entrance, added additional thumbnails for crew mode, and so forth. And oh my goodness, we've gone through the plan. So, Hype Performance Group, yet again, did not do anything with the 225. There's no way they're going to be staying on that very long. That's crazy. Hype Performance Group has brought 0 updates to their 225 since release. That's ridiculous. They need to be dropped from that program. But awesome changes, really cool. So there we go. That's the aircraft. It only took about 50 minutes to get through all of it. All right, aircraft core systems. Electricity system. Quick access window upgrades. Added a power setting column in the circuits section. Moved explicitive text in a button in the menu bar. Improved columns readability by graying out some values when they are at 0. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm talking about here anyway, so we're probably going to just kind of scroll through here. Because to me, this is all a bunch of gibberish, so I don't need to really say it. But you can kind of pause it if you need to, if you're looking for full-on details of the nitty-gritty of electronics. Failure, wear, and tear. Fixed brakes efficiency on general aviation when brakes are weak. Fixed an issue that allowed the inhibit wear and tear section to inhibit the general wear and tear. Fuel system fixed issue causing lines after junctions to ignore fuel flow settings. Glass cockpits M803 added possibility to reference voltage value in the panel.xml configuration. See, this is all like dev stuff. So we'll probably just keep this scroll going. You can see all the different things regarding different instrument panel setups. The G1000 NXI, the G1000, updated screen backlight auto adjustment to use ambient light. We have fixed auto panel LED disappearing too quickly with the distance. Garmin G3000 and 5000 received a lot of stuff as well, which you can see there again. If you want to, you can just pause it, check it out. But I mean, we've already been going for an hour and 20 minutes, and I don't need this going for way too long here, because we're not even halfway down this change log. So we'll just kind of pop through here a little bit. Plus, I need to get some water going here. Oh, man. But yeah, a lot of stuff for the avionics system. I'm assuming a lot of the fixes are going to be kind of similar to physics. Refined many physical constants and unit conversions used in simulation. Atmosphere, refined calculations of all physical parameters for both actual and standard atmosphere. Atmosphere fixed humid air density calculation was practically no different from dry air. Fixed front friction formula of water to account for local relative speed. Improvements of thermals and turbulence system. Fixed a bug in turbulence system that was generating aggressive turbulences, and fixed several aerodynamics backwards compatibility issues with drag. Flight system, flight planning, added support for optional parameters in the flight performance.cfg file. Again, more dev stuff, not going to be worried about that. Improved handling of nav data for runways that do not exist in the sim. The resolution is now only done after all scenery layers are loaded, and only transitions will be removed rather than full procedures were possible. Aircraft engine, piston engines, fixed an issue that prevented props of piston-based aircraft from auto-feathering despite setting the required CFG parameters. The EFB. Fix the maximum mass of cargo loads in the aircraft app mass and balance menu so that it matches the configured value. Added the possibility to add and remove the co-pilot in the aircraft app mass and balance menu. Fixed the collision size of the hide button on the EFB tablet. Added a horizontal layout for the EFB homepage when it is in landscape mode. Fixed the empty mass that was not showed in the mass and balance empty tab of the aircraft app when the player is in career. Fixed an issue that caused liquid tank settings from the EFB set while in the world map to be ignored when starting a free flight. Added a new battery display in the electrical tab of the aircraft app, mass and balance menu. Nice. Fixed the pilot book hours display overflow and reaching 24 hours. Added the aircraft size category retrieved either via the aircraft JS listener or the XML config. Fixed the fuel liquid tank's mass synchronization with the tab quick fill and total mass in the aircraft app mass and balance menu. Fixed the format of the distributed load quantities in career mode. Fixed the style sheet of the alerts displayed when the configuration cannot be loaded into the aircraft app mass and balance menu. Combined import-export actions to a drop-down menu at the top. Improved the waypoint mission lock behavior, allowing adding waypoints before and after locked waypoints if the neighboring waypoint is not locked. Add a button for each route section that allows to collapse it and show a compact summary. Added airway names in the en-route waypoint list. Added departure and arrival procedure selection to auto-routing. Added more data to the waypoint list items. A list of waypoints are displayed in the procedure sections. Fixed the issue where the facility submenu close button and nav bar would appear without facility submenu. Changing the departure or arrival runway will now keep a previously selected departure or arrival if it is compatible with the new runway. Added a new feature to enter or edit a route string to import a route. Added a split view that allows users to see the route page and the map at the same time. When the facility submenu close button is clicked, all facility-related menu pages are closed. METAR and TAF data update every 5 minutes when the facility info page is open. Added a recenter button that resets zoom and position of chart. Fixed the optional checkpoint tags style sheet. Fixed the no notification message. Added an aircraft information page. Fixed the wrong headwind calculation in the aircraft app flight performance page. Added the possibility to close the EFB panel on hover like any other panel with the appropriate input shortcut. Added a scroll on hover of any too long load item. Added an informative message that when no checkpoints given a level of details are available within a checklist in the aircraft app. Fixed usage of EFB tag in panel.cfg. Fixed issue where aircraft performance profiles could be stuck or stale when changing airplanes. Fixed an issue where the weather page would not show the weather data on the first load. Fixed an issue where the cruise speed was not always showing round numbers. Fixed issue where the map would recenter when re-clicking on the coordinates that do not correspond to a facility. The weather page now shows the nearest available METAR and TAF data if the selected facility does not have any data. Pressing the Enter key in the route string dialog will now save changes instead of adding a line break when the Save button is enabled. Added buttons to the en route section that open the route string dialog. Removed Add Waypoint button from the collapsed en route section summary. Adjusted spacing and button sizes of the page layout. Remove the disabled Profile View button from the map toolbar. The app will now prioritize the facilities from the flight plan to be displayed on the map. The charts provider toggle is now only visible for regions where FAA charts are available. Added a refresh button to the weather page to manually update the weather. Added runway entries to waypoint lists. Added a recenter on current route button to the map toolbar. Extra fuel and payload now affect performance calculations. Fixed the cruise altitude and speed inputs having no effect on performance calculations. Move the VFR pattern option to the top of the procedure list for better visibility. Optimize chart data fetching, reducing unnecessary data loads. Added warning to the cruise altitude selection if the selected cruise altitude cannot be reached. Added automatic, Added a loading spinner and a no charts available message to the chart list. Moved flight plan management buttons to the header and grouped them by action. Adjusted the styling of the flight details page. Facility search bar result items, facility icon, ICAO, and facility name are aligned horizontally. Closing facility info pages will clear the facility search bar. Added a bounds verification to geo-reference charts to fix the issue where the aircraft icon was displayed in the wrong position. Allow the fuel reorganization from the hangar in career mode. Payload and fuel options are combined and displayed in one page. Added a possibility to collapse a section when clicking on a section title in the route page. Added button to navigate to the mass and balance section of aircraft app. Added support for loading fuel and payload into an active aircraft. Payload and fuel sections now have a total fuel and total payload quick input setters. Fixed an issue where seat positions would be incorrect or seat shapes might be missing due to an unresolved asynchronous call. An issue where user waypoint altitudes were being misinterpreted using the wrong units. Fixed an issue where cruise altitude was mismatched between the flight planner, plan files, and ATC clearance. Fixed an issue where user waypoint idents were being overwritten when imported from a plan file. Fixed an issue where the Remarks Builder pop-up content would overflow on certain tablet settings without the possibility to scroll. Improved mission lock display on the route page. Moved cruise altitude selection to a newly created performance section on the route page. The vertical line in the route page is now color-coded based on the flight plan segment. Added runway selector to the procedure selection page. Added synchronization of aircraft cruise speeds on aircraft change. Added dark mode option for charts. Added a performance drop-down and pop-up to configure flight performance profile data on the route page. Added the ability to manage saving, updating, deleting flight plans stored on the web server. Added a confirmation pop-up when attempting to reset the flight plan on the route page. Added a collapse all sections button on the route page. Added configuration of step climbs on in-route waypoints on the route page. Added add waypoint button to collapsed in-route section on the route page. Added quick edit buttons to collapsed procedure section, and added info buttons to collapsed airport sections. Minimap added ability to display fauna heat maps on EFB during World Photographer missions. Fixed heading value format to be prefixed with zeros when the value is inferior to 100 degrees for more clarity. Fixed aircraft thumbnail background not being transparent in the aircraft app, and fixed mission layer being cropped in other resolutions other than 1920 by 1080. Model behavior, again, there's a lot of dev stuff, not going to be too worried about it. Again, you can pause it if you want to read through these, but I'm not going to be spending too much time on that. Again, modular aircraft, same stuff. Aircraft gameplay. Fixed default position of spawn exterior now calculated with aircraft size when not edited. Fixed multiple fades when spamming left bumper and B. Added a check to not go out of the aircraft if it's moving too much. An ATC. Improved pronunciation of procedure names and transitions. Controller will speak the full runway positions. Example, 27 left is 27 left. So they're not going to be saying 27L anymore. Love it. Pilot overflying announcement now says the airport ident. Fixed ATC not knowing about speed constraints on IFR procedures. Fixed selection of vectors to final approach transitions. Fixed request of a specific approach different to what the controller initially assigned. Fixed an issue where the IFR clearance included an SID that didn't match the active runway. Removed controller saying you are X miles east when not declaring radar contact. Less pauses when saying frequencies and registrations. Fixed an issue where approaches with no suffix were never assigned when approaches of the same type with a suffix existed. Fixed repeated altitude vectors while waiting for a response to expected approach. Improved pronunciation of many phrases. Pilot will now include the airport ident and traffic at the end of all appropriate CTAF communications. Pilot overflying announcement now includes all appropriate details, and fixed incorrect altitude vectors followed immediately by a different altitude vector when acknowledging the expect approach message. Checklist. Fixed checklist not resetting when changing to an aircraft that does not have one. Fixed empty clue incorrectly showing up as an error. And make relative path functional when used with include checkpoint library. External HUD, fixed vertical speed value that could rise to infinity on long frames. Pre-flight added bindings, tools, quick pre-flight, which removes the covers from the aircraft. Oh, that'll be... I know people were wanting that, so now you can just have a key bind, apparently, to get rid of the walk-around stuff. So, there you go. You got that going for you. Fixed the remove before flight material that was very dark in the shade due to AO being black instead of white. And then a ton of changes to passive aircraft, fixing them, fixing their LODs. So these are all the airplanes that just spawn on the airports and so forth that you see. So we're going to not scroll too long here. I mean, you can see it. Basically everything that was in the sim
that we can fly and ones that we can't fly that are just there have been improved. Which we were already noticing that in the beta. But yeah, it goes and 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 goes. Vehicles, so same thing. Changed up some stuff. LODs on them are a lot better. All right, here we go, everybody. It's career mode time. Let's see what's going on. I'm excited. Fixed translation for advanced options in the world map filters. Fixed translations and insurance unlock pop-ups. Added a pop-up to indicate when a new headquarter is unlocked. Changed cradle missions to be visible when the world map is in freelancer mode. Fixed amount of fuel given for the Cabri G2 during commercial pilot license rotorcraft certification. Added missions filter for difficulty and specializations. Added pop-up on disabled button create company or company when trying to create a company for a specialization that you haven't played, the cradle. Oh, nice. I won't have to get comments anymore saying I can't do missions because now it'll actually tell you. Because the cradle is the gold mission, the first one you have to do in order to unlock it. Nice. Credit earned in a mission are now displayed on the briefing. Added numbers to aircraft components with the same name in the aircraft management screen. Changed the salvage coverage pop-up to clarify the information. Fixed regional liveries in correct region in missions hangar. Added reminder of aircraft name and type in the flight plan, briefing, and pause screens. Fixed icon not being a rotorcraft when hovering a freelance mission using rotorcraft and not having any on site. Added proper text for technician in the aircraft management screen. Modify the duration and distance displayed in mission briefing to more accurate values. Added fuel management on employee missions. Changed abandoning aircraft mission failure to a simple notification displaying input to go back to aircraft, and added support for electric and hybrid aircraft in career mode. Yes. General bug fixes. Added a specific error pop-up when trying to transfer a grounded aircraft. Added feedback when trying to repair an aircraft without enough credits. Fixed an issue where mandatory checkup times would be incorrect in the fleet screen. Fixed aircraft store sometimes displaying the world in the background. Added a specific error message when trying to buy the 1001st aircraft. Oh my goodness. Fixed wrong aircraft flight time displayed in passive income screen. Fixed wear and tear category states not being representative of the overall state of their components. Fixed incorrect remaining time displayed on exotic missions card when the actual remaining time exceeds 24 hours. Fixed account history screen not showing passive income details. Fixed an infinite loading when writing a very long company name in the company naming screen. Fixed unrelated aircraft unlocked shown in the aircraft unlock pop-up after passing a certification. Fixed instructor displayed instead of the mentor's name in the aircraft store onboarding. Fixed the number of completed missions displayed in the career statistics page. Added scrolling text when hovering truncated text in the specialization section. Fixed auto-scrolling text to subtitles when introducing career features. Added icon for overstressed components in management checkup. Fixed an issue where proposed runway would be too short for takeoff landing. And they said it was by design. So that'll be interesting to test out too. Fixed gamepad navigation locked when in configurator screen when buying brand new aircraft. Fixed aircraft with crew and aircraft to check up counters in the company overview screen. The delivery screen when buying an aircraft and the aircraft transfer screen now show available missions compatible with that aircraft. Fixed fuel alert not activating when not having enough fuel. Fixed aircraft name being different between the aircraft store and the company fleet. Fixed weather layer not available in career world map. Fixed wrong aircraft displayed in the aircraft store when coming from mission. Fixed company edit name button not working. Fixed reset career not disabled when security checkbox is unchecked. Fixed the insurance salvage coverage pop-up not showing up after a crash when the insurance covers 100% of it. Fixed mission briefing page sometimes showing outdated weather information. Fixed back on track that did not respond on flight plan when intended. Fixed could not launch aircraft missions after a rotorcraft free flight or world photographer. and fixed error occurring after suspending the game on Xbox. Missions. Fixed back on track position during fly around phase. Fixed co-pilot fuel warning in cargo missions. Allowed a larger landing radius around the airport. Fixed the step announce clear runway that prevented player from reaching maximum score on airline procedure objective. Fixed calculator values rested on switch from avatar to plane. Fixed an issue with ATC steps no longer completing if player exited the aircraft after turning the engine on. Added aviator performance for engine over torque. Fixed landing smoothness scoring not displayed on reward screen. Fixed multiple textual mistakes throughout career and certifications. Added hard landing aviator performance in career activities. Fixed enter runway step displayed when taking off from a helipad. Fixed incomplete pre-flight and incomplete loading failures that could be triggered by mistake. Fixed cruise dialogues in private charter airline. Added landing smoothness aviator performance in every certification but private pilot license. Fixed centerline scoring in certification. Fixed scoring for parking announce when no parking available. Fixed mission validation when the aircraft stranded on tarmac. Fixed exceeded max FPS at touchdown penalty triggered during landing phase. Fixed initial climb validation when taking off from the helipad. Fixed parking announcement scoring. Removed hold short step when landing on helipad. Yay! Love that. Added ambulance at the arrival airport for medical missions. Fixed meals dialogue playing twice. Fixed taxi ribbon assistance being locked in career mode. Fixed path brackets being tied to the wrong assistance. Taxi ribbon instead of flight path. Fixed visual waypoint assistance not working as intended. Fixed aircraft being able to move during the RTC of the career missions. Are these is this talking about the animations, the cutscenes? Because that'd be nice if you don't have to deal with the helicopter moving anymore, like in Search and Rescue. We'll see. Put back the avatar into the aircraft after walking away during the familiarization flight's takeoff. Fixed double ATC steps that appear simultaneous. Fixed ATC procedure score, which can sometimes be negative. Fixed aviator performance undesignated landing area, sometimes triggering when following the flight ribbon. Fixed bug when pushback is not available. Fixed liveries of dynamic vehicle according to region. And fixed multiple textual mistakes throughout career and certification. Aerial advertising added step for closing hook during banner retrieving phase. Aerial construction rotorcraft added co-pilot in aircraft and added missing dialogues during pickup. Aerial firefighting extended attack, fixed chrono scoring in firefighting. Cargo transport hook added dialogue variations for intro, cruise, and cruise back. Familiarization flight fixed a step that displayed a misleading binding, fixed an issue where irrelevant steps and notifications were shown while playing in VR, fixed visual assistances issues such as inability to control flight path assistance. Flight seeing added landing feedback dialogue. Medevac fixed step climb to that did not disappear even after requesting a reroute, and fixed obsolete in-game marker displayed in some medevac missions. Search and rescue fixed skip to search area blocked by dialogues, modified distance to validate bush landing, fixed wrong dialogue during belly landing flow, fixed rescue cinematic playing twice, added search area display and pause menu, added automatic detection when the player did not detect the target but remained nearby for a long time, fixed feedback for landing smoothness aviator performance triggered during skip to landing, fixed rescuer not entering into aircraft during hoist phase, changed spawn position after crash to face the target, added shrinking search area after a certain amount of research time, and added dialogue variations for incorrect victim detection. Search and rescue hoist added target kneeling animation when on life raft, changed area detection to start hoisting, changed hoist action to improve missions flow, added dialogues when detecting the wrecked boat to remind that the objective is to find the lifeboat, fixed cabin service state after back on track, fixed hoist step not validating before leaving hover area, fixed back on track not teleporting to the target, added visual feedback for hover area, and added step to show rescuer proximity to target. Skydive Aviation fixed back on track when crashing during jump run, and fixed flight plan's descent rate. Certifications fixed an issue where the score for following the flight plan was sometimes unfair, added taxi speeding aviator performance to certification, fixed an issue where brackets were not displayed after back on tracks, fixed an issue where the step maintain altitude was validated too easily, added hard landing aviator performance in certifications, fixed wrong mission failure screen shown when crashing in missions which start in the air, fixed proximity to flight plan scoring, and fixed flight plans in EFB and Minimap. Airline Transport Pilot License fixed an issue where players were never prompted to extend their gears and where it was impossible to get a full score for maintaining the correct altitude. Fixed full throttle step not disappearing on validation. Commercial Pilot License Rotorcraft changed landing flow to ask players to leave the runway before shutdown. Instrument Rating fixed an issue where it was impossible to have the maximum score for respecting the flight plan altitudes. Fixed aviator performance when landing on the right runway. Fixed an issue with the CDI and transponder not configured properly. Fixed wrong positioning of the first marker of the flight path. Fixed an issue where the step was to maintain an altitude of 3,000 feet was not validated. Fixed an issue where the restarting the certification would trigger an aviator performance for overspeed. And fixed visual assistances to make them manageable from the settings in Jet Transport Airliner Rating. Multi-engine fixed an issue where players using devices binded to Engine 1 master switch would fail the certification because the engine was restarted by the device. Rotorcraft hoist updated and fixed flow as in rescue mission. Rotorcraft hook changed drop area size to prevent dropping the cargo in the air. Scoop endorsement fixed an issue where the step-down drop water was displaying the wrong input, and removed not related to water operation training from the Scoop certification page. Turboprop Rating added a short introduction to the new over-torque aviator performance, changed step for reverse thrust to display the correct input. Turbo Transport Airliner Rating fixed an issue where player might pitch down and validate the step fly straight and level, making it impossible to stall before reaching the next waypoint. Fixed an issue where the player did not have to complete the stall maneuver to get a full score. Online services added an error message when trying to join a group that is already full. Fixed sliding plane in multiplayer when the pilot leaves the cockpit. And improved multiplayer plane's position and movements on the world map. Weather fixed accessibility layer in weather. Fixed an issue where incorrect METARs were used instead of METARs for the currently selected time. Fixed a rare crash that would occur when using historical weather slider. Fixed an issue where live weather data could interpolate with historical weather data from 24 hours ago and break the cache for all users. Streaming moved stream packages to installation path next to community and official folders. Improved rolling cache usage and efficiency. World fixed a few cases introducing blur in aerials. Aerials no longer use super sampling option, they are now always sharp. Replaced the ice outline around frozen shores with ice flows, enabled lakes freezing under very low temperatures, fixed stretching artifacts and terrain textures, removed giant trees from corrupted tin areas, improved the blending systems between tile LODs, improving the visual quality while reducing popping in the area without photogrammetry, improved snow effect on world map, fixed nightlights distortion on tall tin buildings, fixed holes in coastal cliffs that could be present when close to a camera, fixed terrain LODs that could be suddenly reduced to bare minimum when zooming in while in altitude, and then fixed height artifacts on terrain when switching displacement mapping, fixed land strip ice appearing at junction of two bodies of water, fixed POI integration, optimized number of stream DEM tiles, fixed a few cases introducing blurred aerials no longer using super sampling, so they're always sharp now. Very nice. And then airports, we'll just kind of scroll through here as well. I mean, it's a lot of back-end stuff that's going on. And then, of course, some fixes to some airports that we're not going to be reading all through. Again, you can pause it if you want to see specific ones. But, yeah, we're not going to be doing that. But it looks like LOD fixes, performance improvements, and so forth, which is great. Hey, Telluride. Very nice. So, I mean, yeah, there's just a ton here going on. That you can see. We're going to just kind of scroll through it a little bit quicker because it seems like there's a lot. Yep. This might be... Oh, hang on. We're done with the airports. Scenery, hangars, fixed aircraft being upside down in extended flight firefighting missions, removed wind inside aircraft configure HQ and missions hangar, fixed aircraft not loading in aircraft configurator, fixed pilot appearing in the aircraft configurator when player's aircraft is from a 2020 package, fixed grass render distance, added 1 or 2 low to medium height trees or bushes to most forest biomes to soften forest edges, higher ratio of deciduous species and temperate mixed cities biome. Got a lot of stuff there, switching up biomes, added some more to the world, which is pretty cool. Fixed some flickering issues going on, improved biomes, fixed forests sometimes having square patches, and all that. Miscellaneous. Fixed aircraft occupying the same parking space as other aircraft. Fixed aircraft spawning on the player at gates. Fixed aircraft taxiing in the air. Fixed aircraft not facing the right direction when spawning parked. Fixed aircraft taking off and landing on both sides of the runway simultaneous. Added pilot, co-pilot, and NPC planes. Fixed AI traffic ships and aircraft not spawning correctly when using offline traffic. Marketplace. Fixed an issue where some discounted items would be missing from the on-sale filter. Added a notification when new 2024 add-on upgrades are available. Added a filter to browse by compatible career specialization. Added new info on library items when unverified, currently incompatible, or permanently incompatible. Fixed an issue where the price slider would snap back to its max value. And then my library, and then some accessibility, and then virtual reality. Oh, Fix moving the cursor over an in-game panel interacts with the game window. Fixed an issue causing some attached interactions to not block the VR ray in some cases. Fixed an issue causing hidden yokes to still affect the VR rays. Fixed an invisible UI in VR that was taking ray casts. Fixed the toolbar that closed itself when resetting the panels in VR. Fixed the mission steps panel did not appear by default when switching to VR. Now when switching to VR, all default settings of the game mode are reapplied. Fixed mission steps not displaying VR controller icons. Remove the VR compatibility pop-up. Fixed UI inputs broken after using the certification tree. Fixed in-game panels position and size not saved in VR. Fixed invisible in-game panels when exiting VR mode. Added native favorited rendering feature in the engine. When enabled in the graphics settings, uses quad views rendering technique to improve your GPU performance. The higher the resolution, the higher the gain. Works for any headset. Can add some CPU overhead. If eye tracking is available and enabled in your headset, it should provide best results. Fixed grouped missions on world map impossible to select in VR. Holding the yoke will now display its highlight. Fixed render scale option in VR tab not applying while in VR. Fixed no free cam control with VR controller default profiles. Fixed not being able to rotate the player character left-right during pre-flight with VR controllers. Fixed night lights and transparent objects leaking through clouds in VR. Fixed VR graphic preset low, not setting rocks, grass, and plants to a lower setting. Fixed a random crash when switching to VR with dev mode. Fixed a 100% crash on enabling quad views when using HDR monitors on Windows. Fixed interaction in VR for the collective of helicopters being implementing a similar logic to the yokes. Currently only applied to the 125 and Cabri, but can be applied to third parties on their helicopters by defining the parameters. Fixed the interactions with the cockpit were lost after resuming the pause in VR. Fixed the EFB panel scroll zoom input behaviors in VR. Fixed the toolbar that was not interactable in VR with the mouse when the controllers were in proximity mode. Added the option to move the EFB when it's undocked in VR. Made the EFB interactable in VR when externalized. Fixed the conflict of interaction between instruments and V cockpits in VR. The distance was not taken into account when the instruments and V cockpits were aligned. Fixed holding and dragging a list should not click on the selected tile. Fixed right VR controllers missing default input profiles for some headsets. Fixed an issue preventing the yoke controller from working after leaving the pause screen. Improved the gesture detection for lever and knob interactions. Fixed an issue preventing the yoke controller from working properly in VR for the Skyship. Fixed ready to fly button not clickable in VR. Fixed in-game panels position and size not saved when going to the pause menu. Mapped unbind in controller settings to left and right controllers. Fixed missing scrolling in menus and right joysticks on VR controllers. And fixed inverted in-flight UI panel zoom access on VR controllers. And then, of course, added quick pre-flight action, which instantly completes the pre-flight. So if you don't want to go out of the plane and remove covers and all that, you can now set up a keybind and get that done with a push of a button. Added toggle to allow switch between device curve and input curve on the settings of input actions. And added a locked icon on non-editable presets. Change the behavior of the cockpit camera reset. It now resets to the current view original position or to the selected pilot camera if the current view is already set to its original position. Added throttle idle action, which sets all throttles to idle position. Actions for individual throttles have also been added. Updated throttle 1, 2, 3, 4 cut full actions into throttle 1, 2, 3, 4 previous next detent. Added more info pages on the controls depending on whether you are in controls, in the settings of an action, or in the settings of a device. Change the wording of the tooltips to give more info on what is changed when applying an input profile in the controls menu. Added a new help page to the controls. Fixed vertical camera movement blocked in cursor mode while the toggle cockpit view free look hold action is active. Fixed the translation of the categories that were linked to the airplane in the controls menu. Added import-export control feature. Added input category specific to aircraft was not updated correctly when switching aircrafts and control settings. Stored aircraft-specific controls into a dedicated category in the controls menu. And fixed the handle in the curves menu of the device and of the actions. Peripherals mapped smoke toggle action to a variety of peripherals on the same input as mission action, spray, grapple hook, etc. Some various peripheral fixes, new controls, fixed device axis, feedback point, not moving on curve, control per input action settings. Activities, fixed leaderboards only displaying up to 10 entries from time to time, fixed subtitle scrolling speed, fixed ribbon assistance, fixed wrong temperature displayed, fixed typo in the descend to feet step, and fixed no pause menu displayed. Low altitude challenges, smooth goal pin and low altitude challenges. Some training stuff, not going to be really too worried about that. That's something else you can pause if you want to and check it out. Not really too worried about the challenge series, added flight path in EFB. Free flight fixed last selected livery saved in local profile, retrieved all variations in livery selected in aircraft configurator, fixed spawn when trying to start an invalid departure, and fixed an issue where the world photographer and free flight aircraft help page were showing career informations. The travel book, got that all going on. Audio, fixed Morse and marker sound being triggered multiple times, fixed multiplayer Cabri 2 rotor sound, fixed position of rotor engine sounds on multiplayer and AI aircraft, fixed CL415 water splash sound volume not affected by volume sliders in game sound, windmill sound added, and windsock sound added. Fixed lip sync for instructor inside helicopter solo training, fixed objects on the graph stack on themselves, fixed passengers being stuck when they are, when there is too many people on the same path, fixed passenger outside aircraft with aircraft pitch bank, and remove character error model when a procedural failed to create. Player character, improved player character animations in first and third person views, fixed avatars ground marks drawn when avatar is paused, fixed avatars ground marks drawn and when avatar is attached to an object, added another ribbon to the avatar to better see where he's walking, and fixed multiplayer character rotating on themselves without moving. And then we got some dev stuff, not really too worried about all this. SDK, general, sim, vars, wow, still dev stuff. I think that's how it wraps it up. And there we go. Holy crap. 2 hours. And that was with skipping some stuff. There is Sim Update 2, which is out now. Which, by the way, I probably need to get that going here. How big of an update is it? I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, there we go. Sim Update 2, the biggest update that Flight Sim has ever received. Tons of fixes, improvements, and now I'm excited to dive in and see what's going on in the sim itself. But yeah, there we go. Just a couple things to read through. I'm gonna go get a water really quick because my voice is about to disappear here, and yeah, we don't need that. But there we go. Sim Update 2. Beautiful. Oh, that's not what I want. Hang on. Oh, that's. Oh, I guess it's not as big of an update for me since it's just updating the beta build. I don't know. We'll find out. But hang on. I'll be right back. The water has been acquired. And now I can catch up with chat. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Again, I don't want to make it like I'm ignoring chat. It's just if I'm already talking with that, I want to go too crazy. Is the PC-12 really not fixed? I mean, we'll see, but I hope not. But hello to Mora Mora, Binky, Juicy Box, Killerick, Doom, JT, Crazy Franks. Hello, hello, everybody. And Ducky. And Excessively Salty. And Jason. Oh, man. Alright, I think I caught up with everybody there. Currently climbing the PC-12. I hope not. Why is it not fixed? If it's really not fixed, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, that's been listed as fixed for I don't know how many times I've seen that in the changelog now. Well, everything that you were doing in the beta with the credits and all that stuff, that's not going to carry over. Because everything you did in the beta, now you're going to be back to your regular career profile. I mean, we'll definitely test it here. Because I always like to do it myself just to clarify. Make sure we're all good. I'm hoping. Yeah, okay, we're good. Just want to make sure we're actually on the thing. First thing I want to do is I want to see what's going on here. I better open up the specialization and certifications and see some new stuff. Oh, nice. I'll take that passive income, thank you. Hey, it's nice having my own thing. Okay, that's still locked. That's disappointing. So we don't have that. We don't even have. We were supposed to get heavy cargo. Still don't have the A330. I'm sad now. Oh. Oh, wait. No, we can't. That's locked, too. Oh, man. So there's really nothing new? Do we have any new planes, though? You can't tell me that there's... Why are there... I thought it was Sim Update 2 was supposed to bring the heavy cargo. What happened to that? Oh, man. The plane still freaks out of the hangar, too. I just noticed that. You've got to be kidding me. Is there seriously nothing, like not even a vanilla plane getting support in here? That's crazy. I'm so sad now. Like, I was so, because, you know, the changelog was saying, like, oh, you know, career support and all that kind of stuff. And, wow. That is so sad. like, legitimately, I'm so disappointed right now. I mean, I was at least hoping for heavy cargo. Like, just give me the A330. Like, And then the Skycrane firefighting was in the changelog too. I was like, oh, we're going to get helicopter fire? No, that's not here either. Man. So there's really not even... There's not even any planes that are in the sim already. Oh, man. That's such a shame, man. I was really not expecting that coming in here. I mean, 2 hours of reading through there, I was excited to be like, oh man, I can't wait to see what's going on here, dive into a new mission type or something, and then... So that explains why we didn't get anything in the beta build either, because it just didn't even exist. Dang. Did the used 737 price go down, though? I mean, not really. Well... Alright, first thing I want to test is the PC-12. We'll do that really quick. If that's still broken, I don't even know what to say after that. I'm not sure what the deal is. I mean, if you can't fix it, then just remove that functionality. That way we don't have to deal with it, and then you have the time to fix it. You know? That's what I'm so confused by. I don't get that. I mean, that has been reported since the sim came out 6 months ago. And we're still running into the same thing. I don't understand that. I really don't. That's crazy, if it's still legitimately broke. Stop complaining. Okay. Stop complaining about things that said we're gonna be in this update. Okay. Love it. Check the liveries in career mode? Wow, what's going on with that? Because I don't think we can change it still, right? I didn't see anything regarding it. I mean, it's just, if somebody's just endlessly saying, oh, everything's fantastic, I'm really happy right now, it doesn't help anybody at all. Like, there's no reason to be like, oh, yes, it's great to see fixes, but then if the PC-12 still isn't fixed, there's things that should have been fixed months ago that are still issues. You know, it's just stuff like that that's frustrating. I mean, there wasn't any new beta builds for 2 weeks. It was just radio silence. I mean, it's great that this is out, but I mean, I don't know. But anyways, I'm not going to just sit here and say, oh, I'm very happy, and oh, great, there's fixes. Yeah, that's great, don't get me wrong, but if there's a lot of stuff that was promised that was supposed to be included with Sim Update 2, I'm going to say I'm disappointed. I mean, it's just, I'm over people saying, oh, don't complain, it's there's stuff there. It's like, yeah, great. There's fixes that should have already been fixed before the sim even came out originally. Well, that's besides the point. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I spent $130 goddamn dollars on this. I'm expecting things to be happening a lot faster instead of it just being like, oh great, we should be thankful because it's taking 3 months for every single update to come out, and then these updates come out, and then it still doesn't fix things. So don't be coming in here and saying, oh, quit complaining, guys, there's fixes here. No. Done with that type of mentality. The patience is running out. It's just, by the way, there's a, oh, that's the door. But anyways, it's just, you get my point. I don't want to keep rambling on by saying the same thing. I'm trying to do something here and I'm just getting thrown off. But, I mean, my goodness. I mean, if you can't be somewhat disappointed and frustrated by what we're getting, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's just, I've been probably the most positive person about this sim for this entire time. But now it's 6 months in, it's got to get to a point where we're actually seeing substantial changes, and especially the fundamentals. It's a flight sim, and we have planes that have been broken since the sim released. That's unacceptable. It is. There's just no other way to say it. There's no way of saying, oh, but they're working on it. No, well, it's taking too long. The PC-12, I mean, if it's truly broken and you still get the hypoxia issues, that's going to be crazy. But anyways, I'll worry about the liveries later. Let's dive into the PC-12. We'll do sim rate and see what happens. But it's just unbelievable. And Kip on the ground, hello, welcome. I'm normally not so animated, like I'm normally pretty relaxed, but welcome. But alright, let's just dive in here really quick and see if, because people have been saying that the PC-12 still has the hypoxia issue, so. People who've never joined the beta upset. They've seen all kinds of new issues pop up. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I mean, when I did that stream last week saying, oh, is Sim Update 2 releasing this week? A lot of people were bringing up stuff that I didn't realize were issues already. So, yeah, we'll see. Because, I mean, this PC-12 pressurization issue has been fixed, apparently, multiple times. I don't know how many times it's been in the, change logs. Alright, goodness, I couldn't get the USB stick in here. Don't mind us just sitting here. Oh, just skip.
The sensitive cargo containers have a good tolerance.
Kip, thank you for becoming a member. Oh my goodness, thank you very much.
If you also ensure timely arrival, you maintain a
Very, very kind of you.
excellence and everyone's satisfied.
That's awesome. Alright, so, anyways, I don't know why I'm doing, let's just skip here. Because what we're testing out here is I'm not trying to fly legitimately here, we just need to test things out. Because I've been told that the PC-12 still has the pressurization issue. So I'm not familiar with the whole thing. Is it just this oxygen here that you need to turn on? This is the only thing that you need to be worried about? Because I don't want to do this wrong and then have it go wrong and then I'm like, oh, it's still broken. Because I'm pretty sure this is the only thing we need to worry about. If I'm not mistaken. Alright, let's get up in the air here. By the way, is there audio? Hopefully all the audio is good. I didn't even pay attention to it. I'm just so thrown off. Oh, man. Are we good here? I don't know why that was taking so long. What in the world? Well, anyways. Do I even have sim rate on here? What am I doing here? Can I just have the... What the heck is this under? Tools? Oh, there it is. Oh, I have it set to... that, okay. There is no audio? Okay. I'll turn it up.
CTWN 32 Mike India Oscar Tree Fife. Acknowledge last transmission.
Let me know if that's better. I think that lever is all you need to do, but none of us have been able to see if that's it, though. I mean, that's true. Hang on, I want to just get this thing set to a cruise here. Let this thing settle up and then we can just sim rate.
Speed.
Oh. Sorry, auto throttle. I was like, I wonder why it went up. That's why. Because I'm assuming sim rate will get us there quicker with the effects of that too, right? That's why I never use sim rate. It always turns into a dolphin. We'll just have a timer here too, just to see. Start. And now we wait. We'll see. I'll never understand why it does that, though. I mean, I don't know. It's just always weird. If you're going really fast with sim rate, some planes are just, they freak out after a little bit. But alright, is it better? Perfect. Awesome. By the way, here, this is what it sounds like from outside, too. So hopefully that all sounds perfect and everybody's good with that. Oh, no, and there it is still. Wow. That's crazy. I don't know how many times we've seen the PC-12 say it's the pressurization issue's been fixed. I don't get it. Because like I said, I don't know why they don't just get rid of that system. That way people can just fly it, and then it gives them time to do whatever they need to do in order to fix it. But I think this is the third time it's been on a changelog saying that the PC-12's been fixed. And it hasn't. Just so disappointing. Turn the other generator and see if that helps, but because it shows that the cabin altitude set to 9,200, so weird, very, very odd. We got dark mode for EFB. I mean, that is true. We can look at that really quick. Man. I still love that plane that goes flying away. Yeah, I'm not sure, because I mean the sim rate should be calculating all that. I'm not really sure, but I was already getting comments before saying, oh, it's still doing the same thing. So we'll see, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Some other tests I want to do too is I want to go into the R66, because that one's been labeled as you can actually finish missions, but it still wants you to set the brake. And you can't do that, of course, so we'll test it out too, but let's test the 407. This one apparently has a correct quick start. So that should work. But now it's hard to know what's true or not, because we have stuff that's in the changelog that says it's fixed, and then... Oh, and now I have a crash. That's good. Oh boy. That's a bit worrying, because the last time I've had the PC version of Flight Sim crash was probably the first beta build of Sim Update 2. So... my oh my. And sounds good, Kip. Again, thanks for becoming a member. That's awesome. I've indulged in your content as well. No, Caleb, this is the release version. Same first SU2 build was horrible, but for me at least 1-2 builds have also been... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean... Because the first beta build, I was like, oh man, this is kind of crashing all over the place. And then the rest of it, it was really smooth. Like, that's why I was surprised when I made the video last week saying, oh, is the update coming out this week? Because for me, the experience was great. And then I was getting all these comments of people saying, oh no, this has been an issue. This has been, I mean, it was surprising. And then we've been in the sim for what, 12 minutes? And we've already had our first crash. Hopefully that's just because of the first launch after the update. That could be. Hopefully it'll be smooth sailing from here. So we'll see. I mean, we can do that too, honestly. We can mess with it just to see if anything changes with it. I've never really messed with the rolling cache, though. Here, we'll test it without messing with it, just to see. But the thing I want to test right now is... Oh, no, hang on. Let's do the Bell 407. Let's see if that's the reason why it crashes. Let's see. Because we'll just do the same thing we just did and see what's going on. Alright. Save. Go right back to the same spot we were going to. I'm sure it'll be fine now. Hopefully. Really rough land? Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do any missions with it. No matter if it was agricultural spraying or sightseeing, it always popped up with the thing saying you need to set the parking brake on a helicopter, and no matter what you did, it would be fully spun down. It wouldn't be moving anymore, and it just would never finish the mission. And yes, we are out of the beta. Because as a matter of... Oh, I'll show it to you once we're here. Because that's the first thing I checked when we were in... But anyways, auto startup should actually work on the Bell 407 now, which it looks like it is. But yeah, when we first opened the sim, that's the first thing I checked to make sure it did actually go there. And yeah, that's what I'm hoping is the case, excessively salty. I'm hoping it's just that one-time thing, and then we're going to be good from there. There were actually a lot of fixes for VR, Mr. Penguin. It was a pretty hefty list this time around for VR players, so hopefully it works out better for you. Are we good? Because it almost sounded like it was shutting down again. Something's beeping in here. I don't know what that's about. I've not really flown this thing. Oh, RPM. Is it not enough? I don't really know what it's complaining about, but anyways, the quick start actually does start the Bell 407 finally. Which is nice. Oh, there we go. It was probably just wanting some more collective going on. Well, alright, so that's actually fixed. But no, I mean, my Thrustmaster wasn't at full throttle. It was just kind of... should have been idle, but I don't know what it set it to after we did the quick start. Alright, so there's that test done. But yeah, here, if we go to the release notes, we're on the 1.4.20.0. So I'm going to do a quick test on the R66 just to see what's going on. Saw a plane in the back. I mean, we can go to... Here, let's go to a busy airport really quick, and we'll just kind of see what's going on with LODs and stuff for passive aircraft. We'll just go... We'll just do LA. I think I caught up with everybody. Brackets and taxi pad is missing, and SU2 toggle also doesn't work. Are you talking about the arrows and stuff box? I'll have to look at it. Oh, and then also we'll check out the EFB dark mode charts too. Forgot to look at that. Ooh, that is nice. Now you don't have to worry about being blinded by looking at the charts when you're flying at night, so that's a very nice addition for sure. All right, let's see what's going on with the planes here. Can see a plane taxiing over there. Still see him. Yeah, it seems like the draw distance is much further. The AI plane should have co-pilots and pilots in there now. Obviously there'll be some weird little load-ins here since we're in showcase camera kind of flying around, but still don't know why they always have such a pointy nose. That's always funny with these things. So one thing I'm interested in seeing is, I see he's taxiing to the other side of the airport, but I'm pretty sure we saw somebody take off from the other side. Because they're landing on... What is that over here? 2-5? 2-5 left. By the way, here, let me get ATC up here, because they've made changes to that too. Let's pop back into cockpit view here. Yeah, I'm not really sure why it's so mad. But I don't care. We don't hear it outside. But yeah, let's just listen into the traffic here.
Ground CTWN-32, Mike India, Oscar Tree 5 with India. Request taxi for takeoff, north departure.
CTWN-32, Mike India, Oscar Tree 5. Taxi to and hold short of runway 25 right using taxiway Charlie 15 Charlie Charlie 1 Bravo Bravo 1. Contact tower on 119.8 when ready.
So they'll actually say right or left instead of R, which is really nice.
Taxi Charlie 15 Charlie Charlie 1 Bravo Bravo 1. CDWN 32 Mike India Oscar Tree 5.
Well, he didn't take off, which is good. But yeah, here, let's listen to some, I'm hoping we'll hear some other traffic. But yeah, regarding the assists, I still see... Oh.
961, acknowledge last transmission. Frontier Flight 4964, altimeter 29902. Cleared for takeoff runway 25 right.
Los Angeles Tower, United 1950, 11 mile.
United 1950, Los
Oh,
Angeles
they're still
Tower.
cutting over each other, though.
Cleared ILS runway 25, right approach, United 1950. Cleared for takeoff runway 25 right, Frontier Flight.
Frontier Flight 4964, contact SoCal departure on 125.2. Good day.
Frontier Flight 4964.
Okay. But anyways, there's a bit of the ATC stuff going on there. Still work to be done with how the ATC roams around the airports.
United 1950, follow the aircraft at base. Windcom caution, generic landing runway 25.
And it seems like the only thing moving around here are A320s. For whatever reason. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but alright. But anyways, a little look at that. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's just endlessly bringing planes in, even though it's not really supposed to. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it's definitely areas for some improvement, no doubt. But I mean, it was still cool being able to see everything from a nice distance, but just the way the AI is navigating around airports is very, let's just say, interesting. And then you got nose gears down and everything else is gone, and it's just like, okay, not sure what's going on here. All right, let's see what we can do. Do I even have the 66 still? I think I only have the 125, which I'm not worried about that. Just want to do a quick test with it, see if that same error pops up. Because yeah, for me, anything with the R66, it just, you get on the ground, you shut everything off, there's nothing else to do, and it never completed the mission for me. Yes, they are so pretty. Only for Lido, though. Okay, so not the FAA one. I mean, that's alright. I mean, honestly, at least it's getting there. Because, I mean, there were way too many situations where you're flying at night and you want to look at a chart and it just turns into the sun into the cockpit. It's like, okay. Oh, man. Alright, we're just going to do a random agricultural spray. And then can I see, I don't have enough money for it. But somebody was saying there's a new livery for, oh here, hang on, let's just look at the new livery in free flight. Same. The Sun Express, I think, is the only new one. And there it is. Never saw that airline before. But a cool livery, though. I like the blue and orange going on. But anyway, somebody was asking about that earlier, so I thought I'd show it. Hey, YVC Rush Live. Doing alright. And yes, JT, I mean, we'll test that out too. Anytime I was flying in the 737, you always have to make sure you're paying attention to the trim, because it would always set it to like a plus 19 degrees and stuff like that. But other than that, that's the only thing trim-wise that I was having issues with. But yeah, take a quick look at the 66. It makes me so upset. Yeah, it's just because sometimes I don't fly the airliners too much, so every so often I go back into it and I forget it. And I only realize it till we're up in the air, wanting to take off, where the nose just immediately pops up. It's like, I don't want this. Thanks for sharing amazing content with us. Well, thanks for watching, Rush. I very much appreciate it. Thanks for stopping on by. Again, I changed up the way I stream, so hopefully the stream actually looks a lot nicer. Less pixelated and crappy. Oh, I thought we had another livery. Oh, that sucks. It was a cool gray one, and now we're back to the orange one anyways. Man. What is the updates? Jack, I spent the first 2 hours of the stream going over that. But here, actually, let me add the change log so you can check it out. I should have done that a long time ago anyways, but there we go. That's the change log if you want to check it out yourself. Change logs are a lie, rip PC-12. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's been in the change log. I think this is the third time we've seen it listed as being fixed. And it still is yet to be fixed. What am I missing here? Oh, there it is. There it is. Get that out of here. You have a Discord? No, I do not. Thank you for answering, JT.
How are you? I'll assist you from the ground today to make sure your flight is both safe and super efficient. My call sign Green Meadow.
Yes, Jason, no doubt. I'm really hoping we're away from the bouncing helicopters, for sure.
Michael Pace, our fellow farmer, needs fertilization over some crops. Every part of his fields has to get the proper amount of nutrients to produce healthy yields. Target area is located 3 nautical miles away.
By the way, I think my clouds are not ultra, and we probably don't have ray tracing. Oh, we do. But my clouds are not. Hang on. That's the ray tracing and clouds are my most important settings.
South from here.
I want those looking nice.
You got it? Then up and away.
Six 7 Oscar Romeo traffic. CTWN 32 Alpha Charlie Golf 6311. Taking off runway 16, straight out departure.
I do love the ATC changes. It's a lot more fluid. There isn't all these random pauses going on. Like, it gets through it a lot faster. I'm not sure why there's no effects going on here. But anyways, I think we're good. Have no idea where is this the runway? Oh, hang on, I'm still in LA. Hey, there they are. Yeah, I guess we're over the runway. Just gonna go. Because it's such a cool helicopter, but I just... So many missions for me, just were never wanting to actually do anything.
Remember, our clients are counting on us to improve their crops. It's big zone, so this should be a good day.
Oh, calm down.
We're lucky there's little wind. The spray drift could have impacted other fields. I'll assist you as
This
much
on
as
PC?
possible
Yes.
on the ground. Team
Longibert it is. One of the main things I love about this helicopter is the sound. Just awesome. Oh, wrong button. Oh my, okay, wait, Foretail. Haven't done anything in career mode, and I just green lighted everything. Yeah, that was the beta. If you go out of the beta, it'll be, you'll be back on your regular profile. It's nice being back in my own career again. I mean, we were gone from it for what, 2 months? Almost? I need to go in and get rid of my power line mod still. Still has the other ones. It's alright, but I just don't like how the power lines don't connect. Oh! And look at that! Traffic in career mode from AI, I love that. By the way, I think we passed it already, I haven't been too busy to... Oh no, we're around. Oh! Right stick is... Or was it always that? Interesting. Left stick doesn't pop up with the guides. I don't even know where this truck's at.
Agri Cow, requesting clearance for landing.
Agri Cow, Green Meadow, clear to land.
Oh, it's over here. No, this is, I need to look for it. It was from a couple weeks ago. Orbex released a Power Lines mod. I mean, they're great models, but the power lines just kind of ruin the experience, because if we go over to it here... You'll see that the lines are there just by the tower, and then they just disappear about 30 feet away from it, and then... So it's like, yeah, the towers are great, but it's just kind of disappointing seeing the cables kind of not connect to anything. And yeah, exactly. I mean, there's situations where the sim in smaller towns have many of them next to each other, so then it puts a ton of the big power... It's just... It was definitely disappointing. It looked cool from the pictures, but... Definitely need to uninstall it, because... it looks weird seeing everything being a high power line. I know, calm down. Oh, okay, we're here. I was a bit worried because the truck's a little sideways. It's a little tilted to the right. Well, I mean, the thing with roads, they're always going to be different because it's all satellite imagery, and Bing Maps just has a very wide range of areas that are old imagery, new imagery, and so forth. So, I mean, if the roads... Hang on. Let me get this thing under control here. So if it looks really blurry and fuzzy, it's more than likely imagery from 2008, 2009, which there's a lot of that for Bing Maps. So I mean, it's just going to be dependent on where you are. If you're out in the middle of the US and stuff, you're going to have a lot older imagery, of course. But even my hometown is old imagery as well, so... Alright, let me get some control here. We're not going to go for the full field. Once they say we can head back, we'll head back. I just want to see how the mission ends. If we can actually complete these missions. And then we'll go from that. She'll probably complain we were too far to the right there. And then I'll get back to chat once I'm done with this. This isn't a very easy mission set to do looking at chat. So we'll just try to get through this as quick as possible. I'm not going to try to make it look too nice like I normally try to do. Because that's not why we're here.
Keep in mind you have to fly at 50 knots over the crops for a good spray.
Oh, one thing I want to see too is the EFB still zooming in and out with the triggers? Oh, no, they changed that. Yes. I can finally just have this thing sitting here and see where I need to spray without it freaking out with a helicopter. That makes me happy, because that was always a really annoying thing with dealing with the helicopter and the EFB. Because anytime you move the triggers while you're flying the helicopter, it would zoom the EFB in and out and just be an absolute hassle. So that definitely makes me happy. Great change there. Or is it like that because I have this pinned in here?
You sprayed a good quarter of the zone already.
Nope, that's just... Oh, that's perfect. It makes up for a little bit of the PC-12 not being correctly fixed. Still bugs me, but... I think the dirt effect is new. Because normally you were always just seeing the spray, but now you actually see the rotor wash on the ground. And yes, JBS. I'll have to do some more testing with it, but what we initially tried, it oh, goodness gracious, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, the initial test, it still did it. Unfortunately.
Halfway done. You're going to make the boss happy.
I better. I'm spraying pretty goddamn good. Yeah. I would go a little bit too fast, though.
Right on the money. Well done.
Come on, turn. Oh, it does not like turning to the left here. Hang on, let's turn this way. Spin us around a little bit. All right. Anyways. Should be getting close to being able to bail out if we want.
Almost done. You got this.
Yeah, this thing does not like going left. I mean, that might be a helicopter thing anyways. I'm not too versed in it, but I mean, like I've been saying, career mode definitely got me more interested in helicopters in general, because I never really flew them in 2020. There we go. Perfect. Let's bail out. Let's see if we can finish these missions officially now. That would be awesome.
Almost done, right? Don't forget to let me know when you're ready to fly back.
I'm ready. Feels good enough.
Job's done. I'm heading back.
Agri Calgreen Meadow. Thumbs up.
Let's see a perfect run.
Oh, see, the things are here now. I'll get rid of them, though. I don't need them for this. Well, I mean, removing cars from the maps, I mean, I don't think really Bing does that. I know Apple Maps and Google Maps already does that, where they can, where their imagery can basically just, I don't know if you've noticed it. If you go to like Street View, or not Street View, but just zoom in on Google Maps, you can see the cars are there, but they're kind of like transparent. They just kind of remove them as much as possible. So, I mean, if Bing plans on doing that, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think the only reason Bing Maps is really around is because of Flight Sim. Because they weren't really doing much with Bing Maps before Flight Sim. Because, I mean, if you go to Bing Maps and look around, there's stuff that's been closed for a while that's still labeled as it's being opened. So it's just... there's a lot of outdated imagery from Bing. I think 16, yeah.
Alpha Charlie Golf 6311. 1 miles northeast 400 feet. Inbound to land. Runway 16. 67 Oscar Romeo traffic.
Let's go park in what's supposed to, I'm assuming, be an orchard. But I mean, it's just such a fun helicopter to fly, so I'm hoping we can finally legitimately finish these missions here.
Don't get a big head, but Kelly can't stop singing your praises. Let's see how you really performed now. The stats will tell the story.
So I don't think this one pops up like the 125 does, so... Well, at least it's not saying apply your parking brake. So in real life, do you always have to like pump this, or could you just hold it? Because I'm assuming what this is kind of pushing air into it. Like, I don't know how it really works, but let's see. Please let me just finish these missions now. That would be awesome. Yes! Oh my goodness. Can finally do our 66 missions without the random activate your parking brake thing that it was always showing up with. Nice. Very nice. And yeah, Kip, no doubt. I mean, that is one thing I'm really hoping we'll see. I mean, it's cool that you get the career or the AI traffic, but it would be really awesome to just have it like it is in Free Flight, where you see multiplayer, you see other people. It's always cool seeing what everybody else is flying. So I wholeheartedly agree with that. Oh, you should just be able to hold it? Okay, I was about to say, because it would be weird if you just have to keep pumping the cable, but I'm just glad I can finally complete missions with the 66. Because it was so disappointing. Every time you finish the mission, it's like, oh, I can't wait to make the money from it. And it's like, oh, you need to set your parking brake. This is a helicopter. Okay, another thing that people... Somebody was bringing up the 737 with the... Oh, yeah, let's see if the trim has been set differently here. See if I can find a mission really quick for it. Helicopter. Oh, why am I doing this? We have filters now. Goodness gracious. I'm sitting here going like it's before the filters. Unbelievable. There we go. Love that. Such a great addition. Because, I mean, it gets kind of tedious if you're trying to look for a specific plane that you want to do a mission for. And now you can just do it by specialization, by plane, and by difficulty, of course. So we're not going to fly this, just want to see what it's set to trim to, see if it does the same thing that it's been doing, where if you're not paying attention, for whatever reason it loves to set the trim to an astronomical amount for takeoff. And as expected, and as we were hoping, we had that one crash on the first boot up after the update. What I would do is I would boot the sim up after your update and then just close it again and boot it again. Because so far everything's been smooth, which is nice. I was a bit worried. I was like, I hope this isn't going to just turn into a crash fest.
real pleasure to be flying together again.
It's still... Because I feel like it should just spawn default at 0. I don't think it should have any negative or positive trim, I wouldn't think. So, still some
Captain, it's Giuseppe from the cabin
things
crew.
on there. I mean, I don't know what it is in real life. I'm not an airline pilot. I'm not too versed in them, but I still feel like on the ground, you would have this set to 0, and then you would trim it out to whatever your specification you're wanting for takeoff and landing and all that kind of stuff, so. Let's see. I'm still really disappointed that we don't have any new aircraft that were already in the sim into career mode. Because, I mean, there's a few of them that I really want, like the Longitude and the... I mean, the Titan's in there, but it can do other stuff, too. And, of course, getting into heavy cargo, that would be awesome. A bit of a shame that didn't make it. By the way, did the Marketplace features make it? No, we still don't have gifting or renting, it doesn't look like. So, quite a few things that were planned for SU2 just did not make it. Which is a bit of a shame. Didn't this release already? I feel like Captain Sim released their C-130 already, but could be wrong on that. And then there should be some new filters, though. Yeah, you can actually set it by mission types, even though it doesn't matter because we still don't have any third-party support for career. But cool seeing that. Hopefully this is a sign that we should be expecting some third-party support at some point. But yeah, you can set it to specific missions, which is awesome. Really hope this will start filling up at some point and go from that. But those are some new filters. But yeah, really a big shame that we still don't have gifting. We still don't have renting options. So we'll have to wait on that. And yeah, Tyler, oh, by the way, I think you said something a while ago and I remembered it because now it just... Hang on. I wasn't ignoring you, Tyler. Hey, Cow. It's been a while and glad I was able to join the live stream again. Can you spend the next 15 to 20 minutes telling you all the things you love about SU2? But, yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the 787 for sure as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any interest in spending $80 for one plane. I mean, if it gets career support, that's cool. It probably still won't be something I'm going to spend 80 bucks on. Just because I primarily don't fly the airliners too often. We'll fly the Sky Courier a little bit. I know that got some updates. Just kind of dive into a couple other things here. It's all good, Tyler. I swapped my 24 Dreamliner for the 2021 to install the Horizon 787. Nice. Look for the Hiller HU-12 helicopter. So far, it is the only aftermarket aircraft I know that is supposed to be career ready. Oh, I will have to keep that in mind, Rough Landing. Thanks for letting us know. Is the Dreamlifter fixed or is it bugged? You know what? Here, we can check that out. Nice livery on the Sky Courier. It's so weird. The planes that I've flown a ton of in career mode, I'm so used to just that one livery, which we can't change the livery still. But yeah, here, let's dive into the 737 or 787. Because I enjoyed the 787 in 2020, but the 24 one's a bit of a hit or miss. Gotta go. Thanks a lot, Mr. Cow, and see you all. Thanks for stopping by, Box. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Yeah, it was awesome seeing the blimp get some stuff, for sure. Oh wait, you wanted the 740, you didn't want the 787? What's going on? Did I read that wrong? Wait, now I'm not seeing a comment at all about a 787. What did it, am I think I'm losing my mind. Oh, oh wait. I see what, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm reading. I know what you mean, the Dreamlifter. I don't know where I got the 70. Hold up, my bad. I'm messing everything up. Everybody's mad now. Because I can already see if it's working or not, because they always had the floating lights on the bottom and then the broken livery. So I'm really hoping to see some changes on that too. Because that's why I've never really flown these, is because when you go about 10 feet away from the aircraft, the livery would freak out, and then the lights weren't connected to the plane, all that kind of stuff. Dreamliner, okay, so that's why it popped in my head. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look around for that then. Oh, that's our second crash this stream. Oh, okay, so seems like some planes still kind of freaking out. I wonder, well, I mean, it shouldn't matter if it's a third-party add-on or not. We'll try a different airport, because maybe my Colorado Springs add-on is making it freak out a little bit. But I mean, that wasn't happening in the beta, so I mean, we'll see. CPU demand level is lower after SU2. Temps are running about 5 degrees Celsius cooler. GPS 8 to 10. Well, that's awesome, Michael. I'm hoping these crashes were happening, or are happening, are some one-off things, and it's not going to be a constant thing. And hopefully you guys do have better experiences and performances out of the sim. Because I mean, if that can happen, I can let the whole fact that career mode still hasn't had anything new added to it, and I mean, it still bugs me that the PC-12 has been in the changelog multiple times saying that the pressurization's been fixed, and it seems like it isn't. I'll have to do some more testing on it though. We'll see. Kilo Papa Alpha Echo would be a good place to put your... Okay, we'll put it there. Why not? But thanks for everybody stopping by. Very much appreciate it. I would say sorry, but you know, I don't typically like doing those little rants. I mean, I hardly ever do it, but it was so frustrating to see that, you know, nothing, like the PC-12 wasn't fixed and that stuff wasn't there, and it gets frustrating after a while. So we'll see. But let's try this again and see. Oh, okay, so it's up in Seattle then. KPB or KPAI or AE. Oh, ever. Okay, that was never. What a lovely idea. Oh, that's GA large. No. Oh, we'll park it here. Let's see. Please don't crash. It is, Kip. It is. Yep. I mean, what makes it even worse is, you know, you've seen it so many times, like, oh, the PC-12 pressurization fix. You get in the sim, still broke. PC-12's fixed. Get in the sim, it's broke. And now the third time the PC-12's been fixed, and then it's still broke. It's like, okay, interesting. You get that back now, Danny. Sim Update 2 is fully released, so if you're in the beta, you'll just load into it. I already see there's issues. Immediately already see that there's stuff floating, unless that was just because of loading. Still a horrible LOD on this. The engines look awful. Hang on. Doesn't look like the... Oh, no, there's still stuff floating. Oh, never... What in the world? And then it disappears as you get closer to it. But yeah, look at all the details that load in and load out or disappear. I mean, there's chunks of the wing missing. It's such a shame because I want to fly this thing, but when I see all the stuff that loads in and pops out, even when you're up close to it, I mean, the gear is changing its direction by just moving the camera. Oh, nope, the lights are still floating too. So there's been nothing changed on this. And the livery still broke. So yeah, there's nothing good to say about this Dreamlifter. It's just odd. Cool plane, but not very well done in the sim. Working title still needs to work on this. Because, I mean, I've been complaining about these floating lights. Oh, where are they now? Oh. This one's closer. It's still not on the body of the aircraft, but... Oh, there's the other one now. But, I mean, yeah, it's just... It's such a Oh, hang on. There's part of the engine floating above here now. So, in case you've ever wondered, why haven't you flown the Dreamlifter... This is why. There's just so much wrong with the livery, and it's crazy. Just crazy. So, I guess that answers the question on that. There was a changelog for the 747, yet they seem... That's the thing that's so weird is... You're correct. There is a whole thing that we were... That's why I was excited. I was like, oh, hey, we're going to finally get some changes to that. And it says, nope. It looks exact... Because the same issue with the firefighting version of the aircraft, too. We'll just pop in here really quick and showcase it. But yeah, I've been complaining about the lights and the livery since day one when the sim came out. And it's... pretty crazy that hasn't been improved yet. Because what were the release notes for that? Let me see. Boeing 737 MAX. The Dreamlifter. Added realistic spool-up times. Removed engine and pitot covers. Added aircraft configurations. Added alternate gear extension, added engine vortex ground effects, fixed autopilot, automatic loading of airport transition, blah, 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 blah. Fixed the auto start not working. Yep, not a single thing about the exterior of the plane, which is shocking to me. You can already see the planes freaking out in the ready to fly cutscene here. The nose has... Oh, I already see stuff floating. Are those knobs from the cockpit? What is that? Alright, hang on. Let's pop out here. Oh, by the way, hang on. I just saw that. The chocks are floating. It looks like the whole model is actually floating above the ground. And just like the Dreamlifter, the lights are just free floating. They're not attached to the body of the aircraft. The chocks are in the tires. Let's pop in here. And it's pretty much an identical issue with stuff just loading in and disappearing. The livery isn't freaking out, though. That's a plus. Oh. Oh, the nose is still not ideal. But hey, at least the livery's not freaking out. That's nice, I guess. But still just panels disappearing and everything like the Dreamlifter. Still crazy, just random LOD issues up close with the gear. Oh, no, I see the engine issue too. You can see the paint or whatever this is supposed to be. So yeah, working title, you definitely need to still do some work on these, because they're not good. Oops, not the settings. Let's see here. Never flown the blimp. Oh my goodness, you're missing out. I love the blimp. Let's fly something that's actually good. I love this thing. We'll just be up in the air for this. Let's do a little sightseeing around Seattle really quick. And don't worry, we're not flying this the whole time, just so you know. We're not doing a full-fledged stream of just the blimp here. I just want to fly something that has also been updated, apparently. The blimp never had any LOD or livery issues. The issues were primarily physics and operational. Yeah, I mean, in the beta, they already made some changes to it. It's a lot easier to control now, which is great. And sorry, I don't know why I keep it... the career mode was the big set-apart feature for 24. How it isn't getting majority of the focus or support is beyond me. Yeah, I mean, I've seen developers say, like, oh, there's not much interest for, like, helicopters in career mode or anything like that. And I couldn't believe I read that. I mean, I know a lot of you who have been watching my career content. We've been talking about how cool helicopters are. A lot of you are like me who didn't have much interest in 2020 with them. But now, I have tons of interest in helicopters and would love to see more and more of those being added. I know there's other developers starting to create their own career mode. I'm not a fan of that either, because I'm not going to split my time in between all these different programs and different career modes. I would much rather see the developers fully support the vanilla version of it and go from that, but we'll see what happens. But again, we have filters now in the marketplace for, you know, specific career mission types. So maybe we are getting closer to some career support. We'll see. Look at this thing. Bring that power back a little bit. And oh crap, I forgot how to do. I haven't flown it in a bit. I forgot how to move this. Throttle detent reached. Yeah, there's our lovely little Skyship 600. Yeah, I completely forgot where I vector this stuff. This is what happens when I don't fly a plane for a while, or a specific thing for a bit. I got really good at it too, because we did a whole stream over this, but that was a couple months ago now, so I'm so out of it here. I love the helicopters in career mode. Yeah, I do too. I mean, that's why I was excited, because in the changelog, they mentioned firefighting for the Skycrane, which is why I was like, oh crap, did we get helicopter firefighting missions? And no, it's not, but... Because, I mean, yeah, I mean, helicopters are one of my... I fly those more so in career mode a lot of the times. So when I saw developers saying, oh, there's not too much interest in career mode, I was like, I don't know what they're looking at, but... That's not factual at all. Hello from Greece. Well, welcome from Greece, Optimus. Happy to have you here. Hope you're having a fantastic evening. And like Kip was saying, just being able to see real people in career mode too, just having that live traffic there would be excellent. Because honestly, it'd be cool, even if I was flying in free flight, being able to see other players doing their career missions, you know, doing some firefighting. Well, I don't have to see the fire, but just kind of seeing their operations going on would be a really cool touch, I think. I'd love to see the blimp for advertising missions. Stuff like that would be really cool, you know. I mean, they were wanting to have a focus of having missions tied to real-world events. So, I mean, it could be like the Super Bowl where you're having to do some orbits around with the blimp. And, you know, stuff like that would be awesome. I mean, there's so much to look forward to, and I hope they do incorporate into career mode, because there's a lot of potential for it. It just sucks that it's taking a while for anything to really get added to it. So, only time will tell. But anyways, there's the blimp. Don't want to hang around it too much here. Oh, let's see here, because, I mean, is there anything else you want to specifically see? Because, I mean, we can dive into whatever, for the most part. Because, I mean, nothing really, I mean, obviously search and rescue. I mean, if you know what, here, I'll do a search and rescue, actually, because if you weren't in the beta, there were some changes to it that made these missions actually fun. Because before Sim Update 2, they just were not enjoyable because of the abandoning aircraft nonsense that was going on. So let's do a mission with the Draco X. Also had some updates. Hello, Ben. Welcome, welcome. I don't fly in career mode, but I do want more career support for helicopters, because that might cause more developers to make more good helicopters, which I like because I like helicopters. I mean, yeah, they're a blast to fly, especially doing search and rescue missions or cargo stuff on oil rigs. Pretty awesome. I suck at flying this thing, though, so we'll see how this goes. This thing's just got too much power in it. I like the all grayed out livery, though. That looks pretty fantastic, a matte gray. Did you get a pop-up of change of HQ at the start of the Sim Update 2? No, because I didn't have anything new, but there's a new pop-up, so if you get bigger planes and you have a new headquarters, it'll let you know about that now. Why that's really necessary, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty easy to notify and notice you have a new hangar, but... Now, this is a great livery. That's interesting, because normally we got the red one. So this actually looks fantastic. It almost looks like a military spec'd out Draco. Or Draco. What do you think, ma'am? Pretty sweet, huh?
Artemis CTWN-32, ready to depart.
CTWN-32 Artemis, clear to go.
Why is it full power? I'm not full power. I'm glad it's not moving.
Okay, just a quick reminder of the urgent
That's great. Yeah, I did not have that on there, but okay.
When venturing
This thing
into
calmed
the
down.
desert earlier today with a 44, conditions are pretty challenging out there. Take off immediately and fly over the area and scan for any signs. Do a quick sortie and see if you can spot anything that might help. I'll be online the whole time to coordinate with other authorities.
Kilo Bravo Alpha Golf traffic, CTWN 32 Sierra Whiskey Alpha 821 Tree is taxiing to runway 28. Kilo Bravo Alpha Golf traffic.
Excuse us, coming through. Had my avatar in, but no change. My hangar stayed the same. Oh, okay. So it might just be a random little pop-up then. But if you do ever upgrade your hangar by getting a bigger aircraft, it'll pop up again. But that's all that is. There's nothing, anything else specific to it.
Alpha 821 Tree, taking off runway 28. South departure, Kilo Bravo Alpha Golf traffic.
I'm going to assume we're going... Oh, crap. Oh, we're doing a little U-turn here. Okay. Oh, why? There's no point. This thing's on the ground for like 2 seconds. We're just gonna go. The sim will get mad at us, but that's okay. We only need like a 10-foot runway with this thing, so... Gonna load up the Draco to see if the flaps still break off instantly. Well, they just kind of did. We were in the air for like 2 seconds, and it was... That was kind of my fault there, though, but... And Yosef, hello! Just joined, and what are my thoughts overall? I mean, overall, on the career side of things, I'm disappointed that we didn't see anything new added. We didn't get the heavy cargo that was listed as to be a Sim Update 2 release. The marketplace doesn't have gifting or renting aircraft. That was supposed to be with Sim Update 2 as well. So, I mean, there was some things that I was really looking forward to that aren't in the update, unfortunately. But I mean, so far, I mean, I can't really say much about performance is fine. We have had a couple crashes. I don't know if they were just kind of one-off incidents. We'll see as we keep playing this. But really hoping it's not a constant issue of crashes, so we'll see. So we're at about 3,000 feet here. Let's go to 4,000. 4,000 is fine. We'll do that. Heading. And good to go.
We all hope you'll bring him back home, buddy.
Excellent. And what about the Draco? The plane where the bug that spawns you on helipads doesn't matter. Oh, we'll see. It's fine. The helipad's big enough for this thing to take off. That's good. Okay, we're not going for my altitude, so let's do a little bit of vertical speed here and bring us on up to get to 4,000 feet before we slam into the ground and have to get another rescue plane out here to find us. I'm gonna bring our prop RPM down here too. It's a little too chaotic. And then after we do the search and rescue, I do want to dive into the ES-30 and the SAAB 340 because those did receive updates. Now if those updates actually did anything in the sim, because we've already seen a few items that said they were fixed, but they weren't, so it'll be worth testing that out.
You're approaching the search area. We have to find him fast. Everyone here is stressed, and we don't want anyone deciding to conduct the search themselves.
I can't get over this gray livery. It's like a a modern Spirit of St. Louis out here. bank to the left here. So the thing that's really nice about these missions now is, if you've done them in the past, you know that you had to land within 0.5 nautical miles of the person you're trying to rescue. If you tried landing anywhere else and walking to them, it would fail the mission and so forth. That's gone now. You can land wherever you want. You can make the hike as long as you want it to be and get to the rescuer, teleport back to the plane, take off, and do all that stuff. You don't have to land, dodge all the bushes and boulders and trees and all the other crap that you were having to deal with. And it's made these missions just 100 times better and basically what it should have been before. The same goes for the helicopters. You're able to just land wherever you can safely and then hike on up to the person, which makes it more realistic. Obviously, if there were search and rescue people, no, they probably would have a hoist, which that's another thing too that I'd like to see, is being able to use the hoist for both sea rescues and land rescues if you have the option for it. Like, it'd be cool just to have that overall experience of, okay, they're in the middle of a forest, we're not going to land the helicopter, we're going to utilize the hoist for this one. Or if they're in an open field, we'll scrap the hoist for this one, land, grab them that way. You know, that type of variety would be very nice for missions like this. So we'll try to find these people rather quickly here. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Increase our altitude. I'm a bit worried about this one though, because it looks like they're going to be in the middle of some mountains. So we'll probably have some trouble finding a suitable location to land.
His relatives told us Jordan doesn't know the site pretty well, but we think he might have managed to take shelter somewhere safe.
Alright, sorry, I was just looking at some stuff here. Dang, we've been going for 3.5 hours? Man, that was fast. Another thing that we've been talking about too for a while is I'm hoping that on top of getting new mission types and so forth for career mode, I'm hoping the existing ones also evolve instead of kind of having the same formula, because, you know, 6 months in, these missions kind of feel like, oh, you know, it's kind of same old, same old. It'd be cool having variations, like how many different type of people you have to rescue from a search and rescue mission, having multiple stops in a cargo mission where it's like, okay, you take off from this location, land here to drop off a bit of your cargo, and then you take back off to land somewhere else. You know, stuff like that, different layers to these missions would be a really nice addition, as opposed to it all kind of being, same with the firefighting stuff. They're fun, but the initial attack one's just boring, because it's always one drop, you never have to refill the plane. Having multiple drops for that, just having more variation. It's like, okay, this mission, you're rescuing 3 people. This one, it's only 1. You know, that type of stuff would be awesome, I think. It would help make the missions feel a lot fresher, having that extra variety going on. Because, I mean, there's only so many times that you can just do these search and rescues where it's like, okay, we're going to find the one person, land, bring them back. All that kind of stuff. And yes, JBS, I agree. Seaplane stuff would be awesome. Would love to have a Grand Caravan with some floats on there, and absolutely agree. I mean, there's a lot of mission types that we saw from the trailers before the release that aren't even in here. You know, the helicopter firefighting, remote cargo operations, and stuff like that. So, I mean, as it evolves, it'll be even better having more and more variety of missions to play, but then evolving these older missions to being more random with the situations would be nice. Multi-trip passenger, I mean, yeah, exactly. Just having different elements would be awesome. I'm going to be outside for this because I just want to not spend too much time here. And of course, some other changes too. If you're around the person you're trying to rescue and you don't see them for a certain amount of time, it'll automatically just kind of let you know where he is. And the zone also shrinks over time, so your search area becomes less and less. But so far, no orange smoke going on. Hang on, I moved this heading a little too much here. It's pretty sensitive. I didn't realize I moved it way over there. Yeah, that's what I mean by the remote cargo ops. That's the A400 missions, probably for the C-17 as well. Just check the Draco's flaps seem to work right. Oh, awesome. Let's see if they fix the fuel belt. Nice, Jay. Hopefully that works out for you as well. Because it's nice to see that some planes actually that had change logs actually have some changes to them, as opposed to quite a few of them that are showing up as things have changed, but then look and run the same as they did before. I don't know why the aerials don't look great. I mean, I'm not really sure where I went anyways. Again, it might just be old imagery, so... One of these days we'll find whoever we're trying to go for here.
CTWN-32. No need to search that far. The guys from Kingman are already patrolling there.
Alright, so we're gonna just bring this to a right turn. Sim runs better after the I mean, throughout the beta, my performance was a lot better. I mean, performance-wise, it's been running great. We've had a couple crashes, though, which is a bit worrying. I'm hoping that's not a common thing and just some random little one-off situations. But yeah, performance has been excellent throughout the beta, at least after the first couple builds of the beta, and then now into the release one. And of course, DLSS support is here now, for those of you that have been looking forward to it. Oh, welcome back, Box. And FMJ, welcome as well. And the proper update has happened. Yes, it is out now. Spent the first 2 hours of the stream going through the changelog, which was gigantic. Unfortunately, PC-12, I don't believe is fully fixed. Pressurization still happens, even though it's been labeled as fixed again. But again, that's some more testing that needs to happen. I don't know if there's another step that I need to do in order for it to fully work, but we did flip on the oxygen, and That's that. Let's see here. Could you get a Sky Courier mission? Yeah, we can do that. We'll do that after this. I'm just trying to find this person. They're kind of a pain to find. And Brian, thanks for being a member for 2 months now. That's awesome to see. I very much appreciate the support. Glad you've continued to enjoy the content enough to continue being a member. Very much appreciate it. I was in the beta for a while and the airports would not show up anymore, but the gates would. I mean, there were some airports that were glitchy just in general. I haven't seen that lately. I found the update to be quick. Yes, I mean, if you were in the beta, it was a very quick update. Well, maybe we'll find out the shorter circle timer, because this hunt is not going very well.
Artemis CTWN-32. No need to search that far. The guys from Kingman are already patrolling.
Do the planes get dirty? I mean, most of them do. Some of the liveries, for whatever reason, our aircraft didn't support it, but a lot of them have gotten that. So you do see that accumulate. Bugs will accumulate on the plane, so you'll have to wash them and all that good stuff. And no heavy cargo, unfortunately, FMJ. No new content at all for career mode. No planes added, no missions or anything, unfortunately. Which has been my biggest disappointment about Sim Update 2, since, you know, we were supposed to get those mission types in this update, but obviously some more work needs to be done with it, and why we didn't see it in the beta either. My MCDU arrived today? Oh, you weren't in the beta? Oh, okay, so it's a pretty small update for everybody else, too. Interesting. But very nice. Hopefully you enjoy it, Brian. I just hate to leave the beta because I was a billionaire. Oh, it's just nice being back into our regular profile again. Where is this person at? Like, what is going on here? I can't believe we haven't seen him yet. This is ridiculous. And FMJ, thank you for the £9.99. Finally, SU2, thanks for all the great content. That's all. Thank you so much. I mean, again, you guys have shown just such amazing support with my content over Flight Sim. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's been such a fun time making it. Even if career mode hasn't had a new thing added since the release, but hopefully we're getting close to it. I mean, that's the thing. But again, thank you very much for that super chat. I see a new plane, the A310 at passenger transport. Really? Because I thought we looked... I mean, I can look again, but I mean, if we did get a new plane, that'd be nice. But, yeah, I didn't see that. Just like I'm not seeing the person we're trying to rescue. Where is that orange smoke at? I don't see this zone shrinking either. Where are you? I really didn't think we were going to be here this long. I just want to showcase how much nicer it is doing these missions, especially with fixed-wing aircraft.
Artemis CTWN-32. No need to search that far. The guys from Kingman are
And good, Brian. Yeah, because if you're on NVIDIA, make sure you have the latest GPU driver as well. Because there were some things that helped with performance in the sim with that, as well as what they were saying in the changelog. So we covered this side. We covered we've covered pretty much all of the circle here. Oh, so it's not purchasable. Okay, because I was about to say, I'm like, I don't remember seeing it purchasable. Because, yeah, that's going to be in that list. I think it was already in the list before, too. But, yeah, you can't do anything with it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm hoping they're not up here on the tops of these mountains. But I just can't believe we don't see them at all. I mean, they're way out here, apparently. They must be, I mean, we're not that far away. We should be seeing them from here, too. But this far edge of the circle is probably the last bit that we really haven't covered. Because we did the middle originally. I almost spilled my water. That would have been great. Shark 600 third-party marketplace has some career mode missions. Really? Is that in the marketplace, or is that just like a random website thingy? Because that's a pretty small plane, right? I'm assuming it's probably, you know, like flight seeing and stuff like that. I mean, there might be some passenger transport, or maybe VIP charter flights, but definitely have to look into that. Because I want to support whatever developer first gets into career mode. I don't care if the plane sucks or not. I just appreciate them supporting career mode. Because I'm really hoping it'll start flowing in more and more with... Because, I mean, there's some cool planes out there, but I don't want to get it because most of my time is spent in career mode. Well, that would be crazy, JBS. And Binky, oh my goodness. After all the gifted memberships, you've become a member yourself. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Wow, it's on the... Oh, so the marketplace must have updated then. Because we looked at it earlier with the filters and nothing was showing up. We'll have to reset the sim here. I just... My goodness. I don't even know what to say anymore. All I know is I'm glad you guys enjoy the content enough to even do super chats, channel memberships, any of that stuff. Very much appreciate it. I wish whoever we were rescuing would super chat us and say, I'm here, and then we land, but we probably don't have cell service out here. Oh, what is that? That's just a road. Never mind. I thought I was seeing some reflections. And no, unfortunately not, Eddie. No, really nothing new regarding the career mode. No new mission types, no new certifications or anything like that, unfortunately. Interest. Okay, well, man, this mission needs to end because I need to see this now. This is probably the longest it's taken me to find the person. And I'm not wanting to just quit because it's bugging me. I want to find them. This is unbelievable. I see something weird. Is that a car? Oh, wait. No, it's a tree. Oh, it's a tree. Cut it down. Give me false hope out here. Oh, hello! Holy crap, you were a pain to find. And the other thing that sucks is I'm not going to really be able to showcase what I'm talking about because you're on top of a mountain. I mean, there's not much going... Why is there not much going on? What did I turn things off? What's happening? Like, there's nothing on the ground. All I'm seeing is... satellite imagery. Everything's medium. Should be seeing that. Photogrammetry's on, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that. It'll make it easier for us to land up here. But that's not why I wanted to do this. We want to find somewhere that legitimately looks safe to land and take back off on. Oh, and also we need to still do our flyover too before we focus on that. But yeah, there's nothing really... I mean, I see some stuff. I wonder if they cut back on how much it was spawning in.
Found him. You reached a safe spot. Coordinates 34 north, 113 west.
Artemis CTWN 32. Nice. Now do a low pass and get a visual.
Yeah, funny enough, this actually looks good to land on. There's not much in the way. I say that now, but we'll probably still hit something anyways. But we're going to land a bit of a ways away so I can showcase what I'm talking about and why these missions are so much more enjoyable.
That was a close one. Glad you finally found him. Try to land nearby and see if you can lend a hand. But don't
Okay,
do
we're not
anything
landing here, a
crazy.
lot of
I don't
rocks,
wanna
but
have to
on
rescue you
top,
too.
it's looking like a decent runway. I think we'll be alright. And I suck at landing with this thing, so don't expect anything great. This thing just has way too much power for me. Alright. Oh, need to figure out where I was wanting to land here. I think it's over. Yeah, here we go. Oh, you know what? That wasn't half bad. I'll happily take a landing with the Draco like that. So anyways, what I've been wanting to showcase this whole time is before, if you would land somewhere and you weren't within the range of the person you're trying to rescue, you would get a failed mission. So now, you can land any distance that you possibly want that you feel is a safe place to land, and you can walk to them. It's no longer going to fail your mission, and it's so much nicer. So just pretend this is like a really heavy forested area. This is a crap spot to kind of showcase what I'm talking about, because we could have landed over there, but I found a safe place that I felt was a great spot to land, and it's suitable for takeoff as well. And it's just, this goes the same for helicopters. It should have been like this the whole time, because it just makes the missions so much more enjoyable, because they were frustrating before. You'd spend 15-20 minutes trying to find them, and then you couldn't actually rescue them because you couldn't land where you wanted to because you were too far away, and all that type of crap. So this was a great change. The only thing that pops up is a little thing saying go back to aircraft, but it no longer fails you. So you could make it a 5-mile hike if you wanted to, or you could get close to them, closer. Just depends on what you feel comfortable with. the first in a tail dragger, you want your front two wheels to touch first. Because what you're wanting to do with a tail dragger is pretty much stall it at the end, so you kind of just gracefully get the two wheels on the front down, and then as you slow down on the ground, your tail wheel will, of course, drop onto the ground as well. And we did, Crazy Franks. We absolutely did, finally. Where are the CRJs in the marketplace? They still show up as unavailable, so I cannot activate it. That's my favorite, you know, jets, and I can't wait till it's in career mode too. That'll definitely be awesome, but I'm not really sure how that all works. I've seen developers say that Microsoft takes a while on bringing that stuff in. I'm not sure. I don't know how that all works. All I know is, you know, Microsoft Scenery or MS Scenery, whatever the thing is, they put out way too many crappy products, so apparently it's not too long of a time unless they just put in a ton of it. So anyways, we walked to them. It's like we pulled the plane up or helicopter like you normally had to do, and now we can just teleport back into the plane, start things on up. We're back in our safe spot that we knew is going to be great for takeoff, and we can boot it on up and get going. And just exactly what search and rescue missions should have been. Oh, the Draco does touchdown tail first? Oh, I don't know. All these tail draggers are the same to me. And there we go. No longer having to worry about hitting trees and cactus and all that other type of crap going on. Just so much better. And Acme, oh no, I'm not. I mean, I said that earlier too, where it's just, it's disappointing to see that, you know, there's not really much movement going on in career mode. There's planes that have been broken since release that are still broken, even after getting stuff that's like, hey, this has been fixed. You go into it, and it's like, oh, the PC-12 is still broke after seeing that 3 times now in the changelog. So it's just, don't get me wrong, I love being positive and excited about stuff, but when I see things are just kind of disappointing, I'll absolutely call it out. Because if I'm just being super positive all the time and say everything's fine, it doesn't help anybody out. It just doesn't. So, anyways, we're going to skip this. We're not going to go through all this. We've already spent way more time than I was anticipating on this. I do want to dive into the ES-30 and the SAAB 340. Both of those did receive some improvements, apparently. We'll see. It might be like the PC-12 where nothing actually did end up happening. But we'll see.
CTWN 32 Sierra Whiskey Alpha 821 tree for miles east for 1,900 feet. Inbound to land, runway 28. Kilo Bravo Alpha Golf traffic.
Let's see here. I think I caught up with everybody else. I think in general the sim is going in the right direction, yet there are still problems. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's just like, okay, there's great changes happening. There are improvements, of course. But then you run into those things where it's just like, why is this plane not fixed? The other thing I don't understand is, if they're having an issue getting that system functional, just get rid of the function or that system completely until it does work properly. Then that way we don't have to worry about, you know, passing out and all that type of crap. So it's just disappointing for sure. I need the guides because I don't know where. I'm assuming it's in front of us. Oh, it is. Okay. The way to get 100% perfect sim and add-ons is to accept sponsorships and gifts. Oh, of course. By the way, this video is sponsored by that random VR product. So everything's fantastic. That's why I typically stay away from that. I don't want to have... I mean, I did the Orbex Australia thing. I got that for free yesterday. I still didn't like it, so I'm not going to just sit there and say, oh, buy it, because I got it for free. It's just, if I don't get anything from Orbex anymore, I guess I won't be surprised. because I said I didn't like the product that they gave me for free, but it's just, I'm not going to be that type of person that just says, oh yeah, spend $15 on this, you'll hate it. But I won't say it, I'm just, yeah. No doubt about it. Oh, should do this too. Yeah, putting it in the release notes that it's fixed when it's not. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, that's so weird to me. Because we never got a new build in the beta either for the PC-12. Which I thought was very odd. It's like, I don't know why we would want to test it out and help out with it. But now I see why we didn't get it. Because it's not here either. But anyways, there's a quick look at what search and rescue missions are like now. Just so much more fun and enjoyable for both helicopters and fixed wing, with removing the abandoning aircraft. Well, the SAAB 340 for the most part was flyable. I didn't have major issues with it. The autopilot just wasn't very good on it. Like, it just didn't do what you wanted it to. Even the basic stuff. I wish I only spent 130 Aviator Edition Next Level Racing Seat. 3 huge pieces of Turtle Beach gear. Oh my goodness. Nice setup, but yeah, I mean, that's the one I got, $130 version of it. The thing that's disappointing too, I mean, it's cool having the other aircraft that came out during 2020's time frame, but if you're wanting to do stuff with career mode, you're not doing anything with any of those planes. So it's a bit of a disappointment for sure on that front. But yeah, hopefully you'll be having a better experience soon, Acme. I still don't know why, like, scientific research is only special missions. It'd be cool to have, like, variation of those as well as an actual company, as opposed to just random things like that. And no, it is not, Jay. It's not. I mean, it's been something that has been mentioned. What is this? I was very excited for a second because I thought it was exactly what we were just talking about, were multiple drops. But I guess it's just a random glitch. Crap, now I forgot. This is public, yes. Mother-brained. This is fully released now for everybody. So let's start with the ES-30. Do I have a short flight? I mean, I'm not going to do the full flight anyways. We're going to just try and see what everything's doing, seeing if it functions correctly, as opposed to reversing at 800 miles an hour and crashing into everything behind it, like we were accustomed to. I mean, I didn't get the Aviator Edition anyways, because I already had all those planes that came with it, so it didn't make any sense for me to grab that. But I'd like to just get the ATR out of it. I mean, that's another thing too, is, I mean, I get it, they were focused on everything else, but I'm assuming at some point we'll have those Aviator Edition planes in the marketplace to buy separately as well, just like you can now with some, well, not all of them, but a lot of the planes that came in those other modes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's make this flight to Denver a great experience.
I probably shouldn't have started it on its own, because, well, I guess we'll test it out, see if it freaks everything out. Because we'll get a cutscene going on here. Yep, shredding, you can filter out mission type, you can filter out what specific plane you're wanting a mission for, and you can filter out the difficulty of it. It's a great addition to the map, for sure. And also, when you buy a new plane, once you saw the map, you know, all you saw was the runways. You didn't even see where the missions were. That's changed now too. where you actually see what missions are on the map, so you can place your plane next to it, rather than placing it somewhere and then having to spend tens of thousands of credits to move the plane to where the missions actually are. So I can showcase that too once we're kind of done testing this out a little bit. You know, it would be awesome for career mode if we're talking about missions timed to events, Hurricane Hunter flights. That would be awesome. It'd be kind of cool to learn a bit more about those types of jobs and what goes into it. Would definitely love that. So ATC's still broken, so we can keep doing this and it'll not do it, so we'll take a hit. Still have to improve stuff regarding aviator performance, because no matter how many times you hit that, it'll still just sit there doing nothing. The arrows look better, they don't look all weird, which is nice. Yep, AC. I mean, that's the biggest disappointment for me, is the fact that there's just been planes that have been broken, and yeah, we need to start seeing some improvements on that for sure. I mean, we checked out the Dreamlifter, the Firefighting 747. Those have been broke since release. The PC-12, we all know, has had issues. I mean, there's quite a few of those planes in the sim that have been broken that should have already been fixed a while ago, I think. I actually have the Dirty 30 from Blackbird, but its performance is not great, so I was going to do a video over it, and it just was not running very well. I'll have to dive into it again here. But anyways, regarding this, at least we can actually... I'll do some skips too, just to see if it breaks the plane or not. But we can actually taxi the plane, which is great to see, because we already know, if you've flown this before, how much of a mess this plane was. I have the changelog pinned to the chat, so if you're interested in checking it out, it is a giant update. The first 2 hours of the stream was going through that changelog, so... I don't know why that audio plays anyways. Why would anybody have their tray tabled? I mean, I guess somebody would. You never know with airline passengers these days. Not even off the ground yet, but I have my whole laptop set up out here. I took off a little too early there, but we were kind of running out of runway here. I always thought this thing would have a little bit more power to it with, you know, regular turbine engines and then the electric power too, but it's still pretty requiring quite a long runway.
Is type 2 miles northeast of Kilo Alpha Lima Sierra, 8,100 feet. Request flight following.
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar 9061 tree, Denver Center. Squawk 102 tree.
Squawk 102 tree, CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar 9061 tree.
We can test it out shredding. We can test it out after this. I mean, I'm not going to do this whole flight here. Just kind of see what's going on.
9,800 feet. Altimeter 29092.
It's just nice being able to fly this and actually buy the plane without, you know, having to worry about it just crashing itself out.
Roger, CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree. Denver Center, CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree, for miles southwest of Charlie Oscar 8 tree, 10,900 feet. Request IFR to Denver. Ready to copy.
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree is cleared to Denver Airport as filed. Squawk 102 tree.
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree, cleared to Denver Airport as filed. Squawk 102 tree.
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree, read back correct. Radar contact 12,600 feet. Altimeter 29902, continue to UJYOY following...
And regarding the money, I was just being quiet so you can hear the ATC, because there's been improvements with that. There's a lot less pauses going on. It's more fluid for sure. But I'm glad they didn't leave the money that we had in the beta, because then it's just, there's nothing to really progress to. I mean, I'm already getting closer to that, because I still haven't bought the 737, since they raised the price from, I think it was $40 million used, now it's 87 or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, I don't want all that money, because then it just feels like, okay, what do I progress to at this point, so...
Resume, own navigation, climb and maintain 15,000 feet, CTWN 32 Lima, Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree.
Standard Cargo is giving me a PC-12 as an aircraft? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I need to get this cable out of the way, it's getting in the way of everything.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Chadwick Myers. Welcome aboard flight LAO 9613, inbound to Denver. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 7,700 feet and at an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 2:14 p.m. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Just kind of look around the plane a little bit more, and then we'll move on.
For your enjoyment during our flight today, we have placed a complimentary copy of our in-flight magazine in the seat pocket in front of you. Feel free to take it when you leave.
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree, you are 1,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 15,000 feet, altimeter 29986.
Yeah, and regarding the battery, I think you can kind of cheat the system a little bit here. We'll see if it's the same as it was. There's supposed to be... Yeah, we got a battery thing now. Oh, they changed it. Because at one point during the beta, there was a period where you could actually refill the batteries. But, yeah. Because for longer flights, it gets kind of worrying, because you almost run out of batteries. So...
CTWN 32 Lima Alpha Oscar Niner 61 tree, acknowledge last transmission.
But yep, there we go. There's the ES-30. We'll dive over into 737 mission just to do the skips, just to see if it has any issues with that, since that was brought up. And then while we load in, I'm going to go to the bathroom because it is needing to be happened. But anyways, with the filters, you can filter out by mission type, you can filter out by the difficulty, and of course by aircraft model. So if you're wanting to fly something really specific, instead of going every individual little thing, you can actually just click on this, and there we go. Boeing 737 MAX missions, done. Easy as that. But alright, hang on, I'm going to be right back. Oh, well, yeah, well, hang on, yeah, let's just, never mind, we'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for leaving everybody. So does the Draco have like no missions? Is that the problem? Or the main thing going on? Because that would be definitely pretty annoying, considering, I mean, that had a lot of missions all over the place. Okay, so what was the specific thing that somebody said? Crap, what was it? Oh, during boarding. Well, oh crap, this isn't going to be a good example because we don't have that going on. Since we're not on a gate, so it's just gonna just spawn us in.
Nice to meet you.
But we'll still just skip to taxi anyways. See if the gear breaks. We tested it in the beta, it wasn't doing that, so I'm hoping we're good. Oh, I guess right now we can still do it. Let's see. Oh yes, sorry Box, I'm so sorry. I know you wanted to see the sky. We'll do that right after this. I apologize. I know I said, oh, we're gonna do this, and then immediately didn't do it. My bad.
Kilo Bravo, Foxtrot traffic. CTWN 32, Mike Whiskey Alpha, Tree 01 Tree, taking off runway Tree 0.
Can do a quick takeoff here.
Bravo, Foxtrot traffic. Dear passengers, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seatbelt is fastened tightly.
That was a thing that came up in the beta. It's kind of an annoying one because I never paid attention to it anyways. It's just, it says you're exceeding your GPU or something like that. Lower the graphics to get smoother gameplay. Even if you get smooth gameplay, it still says it. I was kind of hoping that would be away after the beta, but it's still here. And there we go. Because, yeah, we tested that out a few times with the 737, skipping it, and we never had any landing gear issues or mission failed with it. I'll have to do some more tests with it, though, because this wasn't a great example, because I know you guys were saying during the boarding process, but if you're not on a gate, it's not going to do the boarding, so we'll have to mess with that a little bit later. But let's dive into the Sky Courier really quick. Because just in case you're new to the channel or anything like that, the streams typically aren't like this. We actually do full flights, but if it's a new sim update, I want to focus on just doing as much as we can in a short amount of time, not too long of a stream. This one's a bit different. We're over 4 hours now, which is insane. And Box, were you saying, was it a career issue? Yes, it was a career issue. I remember now. Because you were saying it was just over, or G's exceeded type thing. I remember. And then what do? I immediately hit free flight again. Nice. Good job, me. Good job. No, I did not want to hit that, thank you. Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, where's the map going here? Cessna Sky Courier. Just pick a random one. Fuel gauge wasn't going down at all when I was circling 085. And that was, oh, that was regarding your Draco? Gotcha. So you said it just happens right as you spawn in, right? where it'll just fail the mission. It's minus 31 degrees Celsius in the cockpit. Is my pilot okay? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that feels like a pretty relaxing temperature, to be honest with you. Oh, and there it is. That's what you're talking about, huh? So, no. Still an issue. But yeah, that's the resource usage exceeds GPU memory capacity, lower graphics settings to get smoother gameplay. And it's just, it's weird to me. You get smooth gameplay anyways, and it still brings it up. But again, it goes back to just how these things, like the main fundamentals that should be fixed should be not a thing anymore. You know, it's just, it's weird. It really is. But, yep, so you still get the excessive G-force right as you spawn in. Crazy. But again, that's why I'm not too worried about the performance side of things. If you are annoyed by that type of stuff, just ignore it at this point. Because there's times where you have a great flight, it still goes down because you missed an ATC communication or some crap. You know, it's just, there's stuff like that that needs to be improved. Especially with the whole performance rating things. You're welcome, Box. Sorry I couldn't have given you better information about it actually being fixed, but... I don't think I missed... Oh, we wanted to see the marketplace, because apparently we have some career-supported aircraft going on. I might have to restart the sim, though, because... Yeah, let's restart it real fast. Because I want to see what Kip was talking about here. I agree, Shredding, because it's just like, okay, we're not getting new content. I can understand it. You know, they're focused on the main stuff, but then... the main stuff should be getting the planes to work properly like they're supposed to, and we still have planes that have been broken since release. We have things like that with the Sky Courier, with the performance knocks just because the plane spawned in and the game freaked out about, you know, stuff like that you would think after 6 months would be rectified by now. Cargo Draco is still red, and I'm all loaded up in-game, ready to start mission, sitting at tarmac. I think it's red. Like the livery, or what are we talking about? It's 2:30 already? Oh, crap. We'll probably have to wrap up the stream after this, guys. I didn't realize it was that late already. Holy crap. This went by fast. I thought we were still in the morning at this point, but okay. But yeah, we'll check out the marketplace really quick. But my overall feelings on Sim Update 2 is... yes, we have some... I guess I can't really say it yet, because we did have 2 crashes, but again, I'm not sure if it was just one-off issues or what the case may be, but... goodness gracious, now I got hiccups coming up here. And anyways, I mean, the biggest thing for me is it's disappointing to see a lot of the main things that were listed to release with Sim Update 2 haven't released. We don't have any renting of aircraft. We have no gifting of aircraft. We have no PC-12 fix still. There's just a lot of stuff with airplanes that I was hoping were going to be fixed that still need work, unfortunately. Oh, the liver. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure why mine was gray, actually, because that was the first time I've ever seen it a different color. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything specifically on my marketplace. I can do the filters, though, which is, this is a new filter, too. You can actually filter it by career specialization. Let me just do, hang on. Oh, interesting. There's 3 of them now. It just sucks they're all poorly rated, though. It's like, man. I mean, it's cool. I don't know. Well, it's only $4.99, but... But hey, look at that. Usable in career. It's just crazy seeing that. And it only works in ferry flight. You know, I always thought any builds really made great planes, but a lot of their planes are always kind of middle of the graph rated. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll still buy one just to have it. But, yeah, it's a shame that they're all kind of not the greatest rating-wise. But at least we can finally see what it looks like when it's career mode. They all just support ferry flight. I think this one looks better than the Any Builds one. Interesting. Oh, here, hang on, let's check it out. Okay, that's that one. Oh, hang on. Flight seeing. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is what somebody... Oh, look at that. It's actually... Nice. Okay. Well, thanks again, Kip, for bringing this up. Because I know these released and they didn't have career support, so they must have done this recently. Well, good. Hopefully this is a sign of things to come, and things will start rolling some more. We'll also see some actual great improvements to career mode as well. But yeah, we'll probably dive into it. But unfortunately, I'm going to leave it here, everybody. Thanks for stopping by and watching this entire stream. Once this is all wrapped up, I will have it chaptered out. So if you're wanting to check back at the changelog, I'll have it all divided so you know what you're looking at without having to scrub through it. So thank you very much for all the support as always. Thanks for the super chats. And of course, Kip on the Ground, Brian, and Binky for being members of the channel, and everybody else who's a member, and of course FMJ for the $9.99 super chat. Very kind of you. And everybody else that just stopped by to watch and chat with me, thank you so much for that as well. I very much appreciate it. And we'll be diving into some other stuff regarding Flight Sim in the videos. So, man, I'm hoping the new Coronados gets career support. They are good planes for 20... They are, no doubt. I would love to have that. Absolutely agree. So, thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll talk to you guys next time. See ya.